experience and knowledge and a little imagination.
I never wanted it again.
knowledge and a little imagination.
What's going on, guys? This is Dave with LoFiTrader, and per usual, we are going to start a few minutes early. So, if you're with me, thank you very much, guys. I am so pumped to be here. We got a great day. There is a ton of earnings going on today. We have a long list on earnings. I think, let's see, Walmart just dropped. We got plenty of dropping, guys. We got a lot we want to go through. So, if you're already here, if you've already joined us, thank you so much. You are doing yourself a wonderful favor by being here for the pre-market prep. The pre-market prep is one of the best places to get started. We have this this beautiful coffee cup. It seems like everything's a little bright in here. It seems like maybe I'll put you guys down here. Let's see, guys. Yeah, that's a little better, huh? We'll go with that. So, good morning, B. Stewie. Good to see you. Good morning. Here's one of these. A cheers to you, good sir. Oh, I poured my coffee in with this. That's not good. We're gonna go have to set that off to the side. Oh, it's gonna be a great day. It's gonna be a great day, guys. I'm so pumped. So, the first person I gotta shout out here is Trey Long. The gentleman in Trey Long is the moderator for U.S. Stock Market. It's the Facebook U.S. Stock Market. So if you're here from U.S. Stock Market, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to have a doozy today, guys. We have a ton for earnings. We have a ton to go over. And the real question everybody wants to know, are we in a bull market? Or is this just a bear market rally? And that really is the question. If you have any bias, if you think, hey, no, we are in a bear market rally or we are in a bull market, why don't you throw it up in comments why, and we can go over it, because I love to argue both sides of it. Maybe I just love to argue. But either way, I'm Dave. This is Lo-Fi Trading. I'm so happy you're with us, guys. We do this every single Monday through Friday, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Obviously, because of Prezi Day, we didn't hop on, we didn't do live, but during Prezi Day, I still hopped on, I still did my analysis, and I still sent that video out for you guys so that way we stay up to date. So, we're going to start with the indices, then we're going to move on down, and we're going to check out the trades that I'm in, and then we'll check the chat and we will see if we have any tickers in there that we might want to go over. And of course, we will be watching anything over 7% now. 7% on these gap up earnings. So like TECK, that's getting close at 6.3. SNN, I've been watching since this morning, that's at 6. So if anything wants to come out and really blow earnings out of the water, anything over 7%. It used to be that key 10%, but now I'm looking for 7%, and we can go over why a little later, why I'm changing my criteria in the middle of this. But anyway, guys, let's go over the indices. So we're obviously going to start with our good friend SPY, right? SPY is the S&P 500. It just, it's easier to trade on the equities on this end because it's only 407 rather than 4,070, okay? So if we look at the SPY, we'll look at it on the hourly here. And if you look at it, we talked about this 410 area, okay? It's created consolidation all the way around it. And we talked about how if this thing were to break down here, that our line in the sand is this psychological $400 area, okay? And the reason why I have that is simply put, this 410 was this top, this top, this top. We broke through the top and we came back down and we consolidated the top, meaning 420. And then after we consolidated sideways, we came back down and we started testing these moving averages down here, okay? So these moving averages down here are key. Not key, guys, but we use these as a reference. So that way we have a better understanding of where things are going. So because this is having a pullback, I created these ranges of 420 and 400. That 410 was that psychological area that it kept bouncing around. Okay, we talked about this for days. Well, this thing is starting to break down here a little bit, and we need to see it catch. We want to see a new higher low built above this $400 in order for it to carry on, in order to conclude our bull bias. Now, if we look at the bear side of things, this thing has came up and it has made new higher lows and has not formed a base down here. Okay, so if you guys remember, I was talking about how it would come up, it touched this 420, it would come down. I wanted to see it defend this 410. And aside from this day, it looked like it had. Now we wake up this morning and it's a whole new story, right? It looked like it defended this base and it was going to go back up and trading at 410, but we wake up this morning and now it's broken both of those. Now, how much are we going to give that over to the bears because it is in pre-market? But guys, it's happening. It's broken that area. Are we going to move lower? Are we going to stay in this consolidated area, or are we going to head down to that 400 area? If we head down to that 400 area, then we need to see if that gets defended. If it does, we might be looking for pops to short. So that's all in good time. Now, the overall Russell has been looking the strongest, trying to stay above that 10-day moving average still, which is better than all the rest of our indices. So the Russell's what's showing the strength in the indices. Carly Worrell says, good morning. A little late on that one, Carly. Good morning. How are you? I know you're off to your sister's. I hope you and your sister have a good day today. Working hard to be. Let's see. So Netflix, guys. Netflix, this is the 1 hour on the Netflix. We're creating new lower highs now. All right. Lower high, lower high, lower high. And now it's broke this area of 350, and it looks like it is not wanting to hold. It looks like it's looking weak like the rest of it. Now, I could be wildly wrong. This thing could bounce, which is A-okay. If this thing bounces, let it bounce. But if it's going to bounce, we're going to want to see something in this area of 340 because that's where its last push-up was, and we're still trying to hold some of these gains from earnings. So if you're bullish in Tesla, this is where we are going to draw the line, okay? Let's check out Microsoft now, guys. Microsoft. So Microsoft is looking like it really, really needs to fight here. Look at this. Here's its 200-day moving average, and if you guys know me, if I'm going to take any swing, the very first thing I'm going to look at is this going to defend this 200 moving average? And if you look at any of the longer-term swing traders, they all look at some form of moving average on the daily or the weekly in order to take significant claim in a specific direction. So I like to use the 200 on the daily, the 30 on the weekly, and the 10 on the monthly. If we see conviction across those time frames on a bigger time frame, then I'm looking to be more bullish, okay? So in this situation, I'm looking first on the daily, and I'm looking at Microsoft trying to defend this 200-day moving average. If it defends that 200-day moving average, then I'm happy. I might look at some longs for this, but until it defends, until it shows me that it can hold up and stay above this rather than bonk its head every time. Look at guys, 1, 2, 3. Now we're getting a push. Let's see if it retests. If it retests that and acts now as support rather than resistance, then Microsoft is looking better for a long. Now, if you guys remember, we got doo-doo Amazon. Same goes. I'm looking first at the $200 moving average, and we're not going to look any further into the 15, the 1 hour, the 15, the 5 minute. We're not going to do any of that until I see which side am I on. Well, if I look at Amazon, since back here, 328.22, it's been smacking its head on this $200 moving average. So, Amazon smacking its head once, twice, 3 times, still trading below the $200 moving average on a steady down trend line, okay? That is looking very bearish, guys. Very, very bearish. And it is what it is. If this thing wildly pops off here and decides to go straight up and break through that 200-day moving average, then wants to come back and test like Microsoft is currently doing, then that's something that I will take into account, that it's looking more bullish in the situation, and I might look for a long. But until that happens, Amazon's below that $100 psychological area. I made it, I'm drawing it out here for you. I don't even want to look at this thing. I don't even want to talk about it. It's yucky doo-doo poo-poo, okay? So Amazon, we're flushing that one down the toilet, and we're going to keep an eye on it. Meta, we've been talking about Meta ever since the news earnings gap up. If you guys remember, we played the earnings gap up and we made some money on it, okay? And we'll go through all my trades that we're currently in right after we go through these indices. And then after that, we will be going through my mega watch list to see and show everybody what I'm watching for, maybe what you should be watching for, and what to look out for in the future. Good morning, Gary. It's awesome to have you in here. Thank you so much for the love and support. We're going to carry on with Meta. We're just running through the indices here, Gary. So we're on Meta currently, and we've already been through SPY, Russell, Netflix, Microsoft, and doo-doo Amazon. So good old Meta. Meta, we talked about this 185, the psychological area. We played that 185. We made money off 185. Then after it broke down, I said, hey, Meta's looking like a short. Because it broke that 185, that super strong 185 level, kept bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. It breaks through. Well, when it breaks through the support, what does it act as now? Now it's resistance. So I was waiting for this to pop back up to 185 to find a short. We never found that. It created this top here at 183, and I kept telling you guys, to me, this looks very bearish. It looks very weak, and it looks like this whole area of liquidity. Look here on the daily, guys. This whole area of liquidity. I'm seeing when it breaks at 185 that it might fill this whole area. It might come all the way back down to 153. And I say might. And I use might in a very specific reason because I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know. And something else I do want to bring up, guys, because I've talked to quite a few people trying to promote myself now. I've talked to a lot of friends and a lot of family, and I feel like I need to make it very well known that I am here to trade my money and my money only. I don't want to trade your money. I don't want the responsibility of people thinking I'm some guru or I'm some genius when it comes to the stock market. I am not. I absolutely am not, and I will never claim to be. I will never ask for your money. I will never try and sell you guys on anything whatsoever. I am here for me to trade my money and for your entertainment. Now, if you want to learn from what I'm doing, you more than welcomely can, okay? My basis is around technical analysis, and then we do some fundamental analysis, but it is all speculative. Trading can be extremely risky, and in order to actually make profit doing trading, you need to do your own due diligence, know your risk, and that way you can earn that Rari, okay guys? So keep in mind, I am not an expert. I never will claim to be an expert, even when I'm making millions during this, okay? If you guys watch me and you watch the small channel grow and I make millions, you still won't ever hear me call myself an expert. I will always be learning. I can learn from you. I can learn from the brand new guy that he doesn't even know risk, right? I can still learn from that guy because we all have our roots, guys. We all have our roots, so I just want to put that out there. I don't think I'm some expert. I don't think I'm some guru. No, I don't want to take your $20,000 and try to make you money with it. I don't want your money. So that's a true example, guys. True example. So if you're still sticking with me, let's move to NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, I've been asked about quite a few times about NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is a very strong stock. The thing with NVIDIA is it's got this wild push up here, this wild push up in a speculative bear market rally. So this is something that we might want to keep an eye on, guys. It is well above the 200-day moving average, but we need to keep in mind on the 22nd, and you guys have heard the word 22nd so many times. The 22nd, there's plenty of earnings out, and one of those earnings are NVIDIA. Big one to watch. We will definitely be here for it. When are they coming out? Great question. Earnings are coming on after market tomorrow. So we might, depending on the time, we might be able to cover that, guys. But I do like using Beginner Trader to watch my earnings reviews. So Chris Reynolds says, time in the market versus timing the market. Basically, keep buying and stay disciplined. For a day trader, do you ever avoid trading, wait for a big drop, or is it stock by stock? Actually, Chris, that is a really good question, and I just want to read that out loud so one, I can retain the information, and two, when I regurgitate it, it comes out the way it should be. So Chris asked, time in the market versus timing the market. Basically, keep buying and stay disciplined. For a day trader, do you ever avoid trading, wait for a big drop, or is it stock by stock? So listen, guys, this is extremely important. As a day trader, so I do all types of trading. I do day trading, I do swing trading, and I do long-term investing, okay? I do all three different, and inside of those, I do them different for each stock. So when I'm doing day trading, I 110% think that it's all about time in the market, one, and two, I won't ever buy a stock and stay in a stock if it breaks my reasoning for being in it, okay? So I will have to say time in the market versus timing the market. So the more time you have in the market, the more you start understanding supply and demand zones. You understand where all the bigger or the institutional traders want to buy. You start learning as well what doesn't work for you, what doesn't work for beginner traders. And the other question was waiting for a big stock, or is it stock to stock? So some people do like big drops. They like the panic. We have a gentleman in here that only plays panics. That's a hard one to trade. It's really hard to go against your will. When you see a big red drop, you think, oh, I don't want to be in this. But that's sometimes the best time to buy. So yeah, it is really stock by stock, but I am looking for a specific trading pattern, and that's why I always say I use technical analysis, okay? So when you say a big drop is going to be across the board different for each person. So is this a big drop for NVIDIA, or is this a big drop for NVIDIA? So first, it depends on your time frame. Second, it depends on the stock and the float. And third, it depends on how long you plan on being in that stock, which always goes back to the time frame. So I guess there's a lot more questions inside of that. And so therefore, I would always revert back to time in the market versus timing the market, right? So that's an awesome question, Chris, and that was very loaded, and I really appreciate that question. If anybody else has any other kind of questions, whether it's big or small, send it in there, because it gets my mind turning. Actually, I just talked to my Uncle Harold yesterday about some long-term investing and how he goes about it, or he asked me a few hard questions that made me really sit back and think about it. And I tell you, I think that's why having a great community is going to be amazing in the market, because it will constantly have me questioning what I do and why, and it will either solidify it and then create a stronger foundation, or it'll pick apart what I'm doing wrong so I can change those things to make an even better entertaining and trading and stock analysis for you guys, okay? And that's what I love. I'm very versatile. I've read so many different books. I've learned from so many different people that when it comes to trading, I see a lot of different sides. The only side I don't see a lot is the options. Now, I have quite a few people that talk to me about options. I do understand some of it and how it works, but I would never go about trying to talk about options and how they work to you guys, because I'm not going to try and regurgitate something that I have no aware of, okay? So let's continue. Now we're looking at Tesla. What's my psychological area on Tesla that I constantly harp about? The $200 psychological area. We played it here on this rising wedge. We broke that 200 area. We bought in, we held, and got half out the next morning, and then our last half out for break even. We're constantly taking profit as we go, okay? Again, it comes back up to this area and comes back down. Now, this is what I've noticed. Now, this could completely fail, but guys, Tesla being one of the stronger tech stocks that are out right now, after it broke this and broke back down, it found support, broke through again, broke through the top of this and came back down. Now, it did not break that $200 area. It held the $200 area. To me, that is a bullish sign. If it can't break down from a psychological area and it starts to base and trend sideways, we are finding buying power, meaning we are finding a demand. If there is enough demand there, you will beat supply and then you will head higher. That is just simple supply and demand. Now, if we look, what's right above us, guys? That psychological and very, very discerning. It's not even really psychological, but people do use it, so it could be considered. But this 200-day moving average, okay? Look at it. It's consolidated underneath it before and broke down. Could this be the same setup? And it very well could be. Now, am I going to take a short just on my criteria? Absolutely not. Nope. If I wanted to take a short, I'm going to look at grabbing something up here closer to its top, or its top at 218, or maybe a push right into that $200 moving average. So there's different ways to play Tesla. There's different ways to look at it. Now, of course, I like Tesla. I like the idea of it. I would like to see it go higher, but this kind of push isn't sustainable. You're going to have to see some sideways action, some building accepted price action, okay? And when we see that, then we might be able to move higher. All right, so Google, guys. Let's take a look at Mr. Google. Google was trying to hold this area, this $24 area $93, $94 area. Now it looks like in pre-market, it is starting to head a little lower. Now, can it hold this area? How much are we going to give over to pre-market? Are we going to just accept pre-market and that is the line in the sand? It broke, so it's through? No, I like to give pre-market the benefit of the doubt that there is not a lot of liquidity there and there's not a lot of people playing in that area. I'm already starting to get warmed up, guys, so let me go ahead and take my sweatshirt off. And you know what? You know what's really cool, actually, is I got a desk, and we might be standing here today, guys. I think right before opening bell, I'm going to lift this thing up. We are going to rise up, and we are going to give it our absolute darndest because sitting is getting a little hard. I'm off the crutches, so I think standing on one leg will be a lot more, one, entertaining and two, comfortable for me because my bum. I don't sit for very long, guys. So the Qs, we were talking about how the Qs actually looked a little bit more strengthfully. The Qs looked a little stronger. It being tech heavy was a little stronger than the SPY. So it being a little bit more tech heavy, if we look through some of this tech, we can see that we have had a nice rally in Tesla. Is that what's holding the Qs up? Quite possibly. So if Tesla starts to fall, what might happen to the Qs? We might get a push lower. And since we're all here and you're all here for the pre-market prep, I just wanted to point it out behind me. This is a red submarine. That red submarine has absolutely zero correlation to the subscription button. So just wanted to point that out. A lot of people get a little confused. Submarine, sub button, not any, there's zero correlation. Okay, guys? But I do want to say we have 197 subscribers. So if you want to help me reach that 200, that psychological 200 area that we've been talking about on Tesla constantly, hit that sub button, guys. We want to grow. We want to be here for you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So let's do this, baby. Apple, delicious and nutritious, looks like it is trying to hold that $150 area. It is trading above its 200-day moving average. We'd like to see that, but can it hold? The sideways action is getting me excited as a trader. If it's trading above its 200-day moving average, and we take a look at this, it's also just trading sideways, holding this 10-day moving average, it's looking very bullish. But can it hold out? We are not going to be hindsight Henrys. We're not going to say I told you so. We do not have a crystal ball. If we did, I would have a lot cooler setup for you guys. I would bring you a lot cooler show if I had a crystal ball. I'd set that baby right here and give you all the stock choices. We like going over SMH because a lot of people like talking about the semiconductors. This is a VanEck ETF trust for the semiconductors. So if you're into semiconductors, this is definitely one to watch. This will be your SPY. Yes, it trades a lot like it, but it's going to be a little different because we are only talking semiconductors in this ETF. So now we have this is the same thing as the SPY, guys, but this is considered futures. And all you future traders out there, we do go over all of these. It's just as simple as looking at the SPY, so keep your eyes and ears open. The Dixie. So I like going over the dollar simply because we have seen a lot of correlation in the dollar. As it rises, we know the SPY falls. So when we look at the dollar on the daily, we can see we're trading at 103.97, okay? That's on a rising 10-day moving average. Is this just, I mean, we had a huge pullback in the dollar. So just like anything else, we're not going to see things go straight up or straight down. So I am comfortable with saying that this is a big enough pullback. We might want to see a relief rally in the dollar, which could very, very easily just be a relief rally and then head lower. Now, I am a bear with horns, okay? Why do I say that? Because I like to short. I am a bear at heart. I was born in a bear market, but I have horns because we all have 401ks, we all have Roth IRAs, and if we constantly want to see everything fail, that would mean I'm going against America. I'm going against you and your portfolios, okay, guys? So we can be bearish for the day, we can be bearish for the month, heck, we can be bearish for the year, but that being said, we always will want the market to continue higher. If not, then you're asking for just tragedy. And you will never hear me talk about or constantly be so bearish that it just sounds yucky. I'm a bleeding positive person on this show. There's so many negative YouTubers out there. There's so much negativity when it comes to the correlation in the market. Especially now, a lot of people are losing a lot of money in this bear market, guys. A lot of money. And so it brings a big negative attribute to trading. But I have decided we will always keep this thing positive. We'll always be 100 with you. We will never ask for your money. And we will always be here for you Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Why? Because I love this. This is my passion. And my passion is to display a long string line of entertainment and knowledge that we can all benefit and learn from. So this is the Dow Jones Industrial. I've added this even though it's pretty boring. This has got all your big boring stocks on there like Coca-Cola, like I think Ford's in here, GM, like all those big guys, you know, all those big trader, those big equities, they're in here. And this thing has been trading sideways for a long time. Now, this is what's cool about the Dow Jones, okay? It looks like it's starting to break away from this, which is kind of disturbing. But we have all this lower highs built from its main low of 33,826. Okay, we're talking futures here, guys. So 33.82 is what we'll call it. And now it's trading above the 200-day moving average. And it looks like this thing is starting to, it looks almost like it's starting to curl up, guys. If you see right here, we're starting to see a little bit of a curl up. And, you know, I like that. I like that. If you get excited about that little curl on the 200, that's a good thing, guys. And that's what we want to see when we're going over these indices, okay? All right. Now, let's move on. We'll bring up the SPY over here. I'll show you the trades that we are currently in that I took live for you here during live stream, okay? And I think today's more going to be on a sit back, relax, and watch and see what actually is going on in the market, because I want to see where we're at. But we are going to manage these positions today, and if we get any good gappers, which I'm not seeing any good gappers on earnings, then we will probably follow more of these like ARBE, what's up 61%, okay? But these are the rip your faces off. If I'm clicking up here, guys, on my gapper scanner, these are the rip your face off, make or break your bank account. So we will definitely be going over any of those. And if you guys are new to trading and you're thinking about taking something and you want me to do some analysis, I won't tell you whether to get in or get out, but I would love to go over the analysis. I love being a bear with horns. I go over both sides of it so we can root for you. Okay, guys? So let's go over my trades. So we will we'll leave ARB over here. Why not? So IVAC, we'll start with my boring stock. Guys, if you remember, I got in on this highly volume traded area when it broke out this top. Now, why do I think this is such a boring trade? Well, look, it's only moving 3.3% in a day. That is boring. That is slow. We don't want that. Why do I want to get out? Because I'm sick of managing this position. Why am I not out? Because I am disciplined to my goals. Okay, why am I disciplined? Simply said, two things. One, I found that if I stick to my rules, stick to my guidelines, I make money. Two, if I deter from my disciplinary rules and I get out before it breaks that 10-day moving average, all the back testing I'm doing on these trades are for nothing. Every time I take a trade, I need to follow my specific rules. If I follow those rules, I can go back to my trader sync and I can look exactly what I was doing right, what I was doing wrong, how can I extrapolate more money, how can I lose less money, and if this trade is even working for me at all. Okay, so I need to stick to those rules. You have seen me defer from those rules a few times on this show, and you will also see me doubling down. You'll also see me going twice as hard on my rules and saying, no, absolutely not. That's not happening. So you'll see me grow on this channel just like I want to see you grow on this channel, and I just appreciate all of you being here. So thank you so much for showing up for pre-market prep. Let's carry on to the next trade, TTD. It looks like good old TTD is going to stop me out today. We have brought our stop loss up to break even. We did take out half on this third day. So we are up on this trade. We have made a little bit of money on TTD, not nearly as much as we could have, but that's why we are back testing these trades. Because looking at something like this and some of the previous trades, it almost looks as if I should have taken the most money out on earnings gap up range 5-minute breakout after the first day. And some of the other studies that I am seeing that I watched, I was studying on Prezi Day, guys. Of course I'm going to study so I can regurgitate even more information. Somebody did a back test on these earnings gap ups using 7%. I'll find a show and that way I can post it so you guys can watch it too. But he used the analogy of earnings. They're either chickens, ducks, or swans. Chickens are the ones that peck up and then they just kind of fall back down, which just is looking like a chicken. And then there are other ones that look like ducks where they just kind of trade sideways but continue slowly up. And then there's swans, the ones that spread their wings and they fly higher and they keep going up, 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 up. Okay, and we can go over some of each one of those, but we need to get through the trades, then we need to get through the watch list, and then we need to take a look at the time because, guys, pre-market prep is filled with so much stuff to do. So let's take a quick 5-second break, take a sip Shawana, and then we can get right back into it. Am I right? So let's go and look at ARRY. So will ARRY stop me out today, or will it have me adding in for it to continue higher? This is more of a Can Slim, William O'Neill. Take a look at the book, guys. It's always on my desk. William O'Neill style trade. Okay, why is it? Well, I'm looking for the cup and handle, and I have been from way back here. Okay, it made the handle. I tried to play it. It broke down. Made a handle, tried to play it, it broke down. Made a handle, tried to play it, it broke down. Some of you might say, well, why are you not just holding? Well, if I just hold, then first of all my money that I have in this trade will be tied up and I won't be able to use it. That means from the time I played this, if I would have held, okay, I would have not been able to use all of my money that's tied up and stuck in this trade. 2, if I would have held, what if this thing was wildly wrong and I was stuck in a trade and I was the bag holder up here and now it's trading $6 or I lose all my money in this trade? I am not that type of trader. I'm the type of trader that says, hey, I'm either right or I'm wrong, and I'm okay with that. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It breaks down, I get out, I look, and then I wait for another trade. And that's what I'm doing here. I waited for another trade, and instead of playing the breakout, I decided to play this trend line up, okay? So I am buying off these bottoms. I added here, half my share size, it pulled back, and boom, added more at this downtrend line. You guys were here when I did it live for you, and you might see it stop me out live. You might see this thing take off and me be wildly right, and I'll be selling half at 55. We don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, and I promise if I did, this would be one wild show. Am I right? Let's catch up on the, let's see, Sprankles break in the Nerve Center. No permits issued till after LoFiTrader, baby. Yeah, what's going on, B. Stewie? It is awesome to see you here. It's awesome to have you here, and I am so pumped that you're here doing your due diligence with us. Did your book come in? Did your book come in? I know you didn't get this one, but I know you ordered one that was like it. Tell me if you got the book in and what page you're on. And does it show examples on charts on that book? Because I haven't seen the book that you ordered yet. Stu Klott says, good morning. Stu Klott, it's always good to have you here. It's always nice knowing that I'm in your background, that you're keeping an eye on me while I do my best to keep an eye and learn from you. All right, guys, so let's finish. We got 2 more trades that I'm in that we're going to keep on keeping on. So, DraftKings. Now, you guys know that I love DraftKings. I got in down here. We started averaging in on this pullback. We actually stopped out on this $15 area, and it decided to wildly take off on us. So, this is a trade that I broke. Well, we made chump change on this, guys. We made a very small amount on this trade, and that's okay. You're not going to win them all, and that's why I'm here. I'm not acting like I'm some guru that can make $500 on every trade, okay? I'm not that guru. I am that guy that wants to trade in front of you live to show you that trading is hard. Now, yes, I did make a little money on this, but I could have made a lot more. So why do we go over these? It's simply put, I go over these so that way next time I can make a little more money. Okay, rather than buying a coffee with this stock, I could have bought groceries for the week. Why didn't I? Because I was looking for a bigger move that you see here, but I got out a little too early. So maybe I'll start looking at my stop a little bit more, right? So if I could have just held on a little bit more, this is part of one of those trades that I'm going to continually learn on. But we did take the earnings breakout. So after earnings gap up, it was up over 10%. We bought the 5-minute breakout. If we look at the 5-minute here, it's pretty simple, guys. We go through this all the time. Right here's your 5 minutes. Your base is this 1960, and your top is this 2040. I bought the 2040 top, and it carried on higher. It also traded sideways. This wick here, I just was blind to. Okay, if it broke this and then started trading lower, yes, I would be out. But because it wicked down, got bought right back up, to me, that's a bullish sign, okay? Now, this thing is trading sideways, and now, today, it looks like it is in pre-market trading below my buy-in area. So, this stop will be brought up to this 1962, so if I get stopped out, it will be for my very specific 5-minute range stop loss, okay? That's that. Next up, AMCX. You guys were also here when I took this live on stream. This was a beautiful play. 5-minute range, it breaks out, it heads higher, and now we're trading at 26.50 in the pre-market. All right, so we're gonna keep an eye on AMCX. I took this the same exact way, guys, same exact way. This could stop me out. I could lose a couple bucks on this, or this thing could take off, and hey, we'll drink coffee for free. All right, so Ginger Hopper says, good morning, nothing on screen, just me. Yeah, just you. You need to make sure that you're live. Make sure you bring the live all the way to the right. and click that live button, guys. Here, I'll just give you a quick example, bring this in front of you. All right, we want to hit this like button, smash it, and then if you go up here, guys, if you're not live, say that it's back here and this is the screen that you're seeing, you're going to click live here, and so it brings you to the front. Or you can take this scroller and you can bring it all the way to the right, and bam, we are live right here. LoFiTrader, baby, kicking butt, taking names, and doing what we can to extrapolate a little bit of money from this market. We got 16 of you here watching right now. I do appreciate every one of you for showing up in pre-market prep. Why? Because this is where the money is actually made. Setting up game plans, getting a better idea of what's going on, and then making those trades when the time comes. So, STM. So this is a real, and I say real because a lot of the smaller floats, like we'll look at ARBE, these aren't like real companies. These are garbage companies that are just trying to dilute their shareholders. Now, I haven't looked at ARBE. I could be wildly wrong, but I can almost guarantee if I started looking this thing up, you guys would say, oh yeah, that makes sense. So STM, I say, is a real company, okay? And we could look at the financials in STM, and we could just really quick, just for poops and giggles, we could take a look at STM, and we will go ahead and bring up their chart here. So it looks like they have been earning money. They are a money earner, okay? We can bring this out so we can get a better understanding. So it looks like this is a newer stock, right? They don't have any... Oh, here we go. No, it's not. I lied. So quarterly, it looks like it's losing money. If we look at Q4 of last year compared to Q4 of this year, it looks like they're not making nearly as much money. Let's look at the annual. Same as the annual. We're not seeing like... So what I'm looking for is them to double their earnings. If we're looking at a stock and it's showing that they're doubling their revenue each year or each quarter, that's a stock that's extremely strong. And that's part of the canceling method is quarterly earnings and annual earnings. The higher the better. If they're earning hand over foot, fist over mouth, just money's just driving through, and we're at a psychological area like this, a cup and handle, then I would really be keeping my eye on it. But it's not. It's a good looking company. This is something that could push higher. We could be seeing some volume price contraction, which is something still new to me, guys. I'm looking for this to contract. See this volume price here? It's contracting, okay? Meaning we're not having a huge sell-off. We don't have a bunch of buyers, but there's not a lot of people selling. So if there's not a lot of selling, what does that mean? That means there's still more for demand and more room for this price to go higher. Simple supply and demand, guys. And you'll hear me say it over and over again. So if you didn't get it the first time, you'll get it the second, the third, the 10th. You just keep on keeping on, guys, and we'll learn it together. ATKR. So why do I like ATKR? Well, look at this. It is a slower mover at 3.6%, but it did make a big push on earnings that we missed. It traded sideways, and now it's hugging this 10-day moving average. It's beautiful. So let's just take a look to see what kind of stock this is. So we'll type in ATKR, and we'll bring up these financials. All right. Now, guys, I just want to say again, I'm not just some, I didn't go to college for looking into these financials. When I look at these financials, it's super bland. It's just to get a quick idea. I'm not digging deep to look at the burn rate of how much money they're using each month. I'm not looking into seeing, the financial ownership, which if we really, once we find a stock that we like, you'll see me go deeper and deeper and deeper into these. But what I do when I'm just looking at these things on a technical basis, really simple. I'm just looking at something to see, hey, is this a decent company or are these guys just bleeding money, right? So when I look at this, you can see that they do earn money, right? They have a cash flow ratio. They have an earnings ratio. They're actually making some money. Right here's their earning ratio. It looks like they're making money quarterly. Now annually, it doesn't look so good, right? We look at 2020, 2022, they're slowly earning less from 2016. So yes, on a technical basis, this is looking like a decent stock, hugging this 10-day moving average. It does look like there's some institutional buying because there's heavy volume buying here. buying here on these earning breakouts. So this thing could very well take off higher, but we know it's not one of those stocks in the financial realm that looks like they're just going to kill it, right? So I might take this breakout. This is something that does look good, but if I learn from my past trade, IVAC, remember how slow this thing moved and how boring I was at 3.3%? Well, this one only moves at 3.6%, so it's not that much faster. Let me bring the SPY back up here just so we have a relative understanding of what's going on while we continue. NSC, B. Stewie says. We'll take a look at NSC. So NSC. So NSC is below this $200-day moving average. Also, we need to look at this volume down here, guys. I'll blow up this volume so you can get a better picture. See this highly traded, see this line here, guys? This is an average of the past 20 days, how much the average volume has traded. So anything above this line is going to be higher than average volume, okay? Now, if we see a big red bar like this above this higher than average volume, that's telling me we are seeing an increased significant amount of selling there, okay? Now, look at this thing. The last time it got up above its 200-day moving average, it broke down and bonked its head. Now it's doing the same thing. It broke through, it's trading sideways, and now look, it's breaking down on higher selling volume. So if I had to look at NSC and I didn't know anything about the stock, which I do not, I would say that this is looking like it's first of all, it's in a downtrend, okay? Second of all, it's below its 200-day moving average. So could this be a blow off volume where it's going to blow off, it's going to remove all the sellers and then trade higher? It could, but I'm not going to look at this thing until it's above this 200-day moving average, all right? Next up, so I've seen some people talking about DOCN. I don't know much about DocuSign. No, this is digital. This isn't DocuSign. This is Digital Ocean Holding. Okay, could have swore it was DocuSign, but it looks like it's hitting that 200-day moving average on an earnings gap up. So watch this. Watch for this breakdown here. Okay, I don't really care to look at this thing. I just brought it up for something to keep an eye on. So guys, Riot. So you won't hear me talk about Bitcoin too often. But I think it is something that we can talk about right now just because it's at that pivotal area. So if we look at Bitcoin, and I only want to look at this thing on the daily, okay? I only want to look at this thing on the daily. I don't want to see all the noise, but if you look at Bitcoin on the daily, guys, we are seeing this area where if it breaks out of here, if it starts trading above this 481.50 area, we have all this room to move up. So on Bitcoin, we might actually start seeing a leg higher, and it is holding out. It's creating that new higher low. So when I see Bitcoin trading like this, what do? Well, I look at my Bitcoin miners. So I look at Riot. Why Riot and not Mara? Well, Mara is actually trading below that 200-day moving average as to where Riot is trading above it, okay? So that's why I look at Riot. Now this thing is well beaten down and it looks like absolute garbage, as it should, because why? Bitcoin has been beaten down and is looking like garbage. But now that it's shaping up and we're starting to see some proof of concept, I do have Riot on my watch list because it is creating this. It's looking beautiful. And if it can hold out and it starts seeing a little bit more proof of concept, this might be a stock I want to get in, okay? I might take a small order on it today in front of you guys, but it will be a small share size because I want to position myself in this stage 2 uptrend. Now, is it a stage 2 uptrend? We can ask ourselves that. Let's go on the weekly. If it's above the weekly 30, which it is just trying to peek its head up above that. Just trying, guys. So it's not in a confirmed stage 2 uptrend yet, but it is showing some proof of concept, so it is going to stay on the watch list. And as long as it trades above this weekly 30-day, I might get the, oh, B. Stewie, I'm just seeing you say it. B. Stewie says, no, he canceled it. He got the orange one and ordered it. Yes, this is the William O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks. This gives you, guys, these are all examples right here. From this page, there's like over 100 pages of examples. Now, he uses the weekly moving average or the weekly time frame, but it goes through here, and he has all this writing, and that's from William O'Neill himself. Okay, I preach about this book because even if you don't want to be a long-term swing trader, and you want to be that day trader where you're getting in and out and doing quick scalps because it's fun and flashy, that's fine. But if you want to know how the bigger guys are doing it, what the institutional owners are actually using in order to buy in and sell out, you need to take a look at that book. It's I don't want to call it an easy read. It definitely is probably for the higher level, and it will take a lot more than one time than to retain the information. I've read the book through twice, but it can always take more. It can always use more. So, guys, it is 8:44. I'm going to give a quick break, give us a quick cheers. You know how long my breaks are. They're about 5 seconds long. So if you guys will just hold your breath while I take a breath myself, and we will keep on keeping on. We got quite a few stocks to go through. All right, give me 1 second. If you guys haven't already, this right here is my red submarine. This red submarine has absolutely zero correlation to the subscribe button. So I don't want anybody to get that confused. The submarine behind me, this red one, it does look and sound a lot like the subscription button, but it has zero correlation. So if you want to be here with us, smack that subscription button. This is a red submarine. All right, back to what we were saying, guys. Let's go to Mara. So Mara, this thing could be the leader. I could be completely wrong, but because it's trading under that $200 200-day moving average, I'm going to use Riot instead of Mara. HILS. I brought this up in a few chats before. There's a lot of people that trade a lot. I wouldn't say a lot like me, but there's a lot of us that are in a lot of chats, and there's a lot of arguing on what's a 5-star setup and what's what you should be looking at, what you shouldn't. In the end, guys, if there's a reason why you're looking at a stock, and I think in my head, or I say, like for example, if B. Stewie says, "Hey, what do you think about NSC?" and he's bullish for a lot other reasons than I am. Maybe he knows a little bit more about that company, or he believes in that company, and that's where he wants to put his money. Well, don't let me talk you out of your trades either, guys. It is good to have two sides to every story, right? We all know that. But if you're liking a stock and there's a reason why you're going along, don't let me talk you out of it, because that's the last thing you want is to say, "Oh, I wish I would have taken that. I shouldn't have listened to this person." And that's a big thing, guys. There's a reason why I'm looking at HILS, and there's a reason why other people think this is a garbage boo-boo stock. Well, I give you a few reasons, guys. One, it's been bouncing off this 10-day moving average. Okay, we are seeing bouts of liquidity. When it touches that 10-day moving average, the next day we're getting bouts of liquidity. Okay, and every time it pulls back, it's pulling back on far less volume, and it's still respecting that 10-day moving average. So what do? Simple enough. Simply put, because it's holding this $1.50 area, when it starts to break out here, I would like to know about it. And then from there, I can make calculated risk. Are we seeing volume come into this? Am I too late to get into this? Is this stock looking like it's just going to fail? How tight can I get my risk, and where is my reward? So when this alert goes off, we'll come back here and we will revisit this stock, okay? So let's keep on keeping on. LUNR. So I have LUNR on our stock list because this is a brand new ticker that just popped out. And as you guys know, the new IPOs, okay, initial public offering, when those come out, when those IPOs come out, they can be very, very powerful, especially if the stock already has proof of concept, okay? So we're keeping Lunar on here. Why? Because I want to see the 10, 20, and 30-day moving averages catch up to it. They're not even popping up because the stock is so new that it has nothing to relate it to. It hasn't even been open for 10 days for the 10-day moving average to come out. It's only been open for 4 days. This will be its 5th day open, guys, okay? So we're going to just keep coming back and checking it out. SERA. Now, SERA has been on a terror, okay? Right now is currently up from its base. It's trading at 194%, guys. If 194% doesn't get you excited, then I don't know what will. Imagine your account, you went full account, and now you're 100% up. But also imagine, too, you're 100% down. You can lose all your money in these stocks because they are rip your face off stocks. Why do I say that? Because this thing can move 13% in a day on average. 13%. So some people like trading these, but just know what you're in, guys. And if you think you're about to take it, we will look up the short float interest. We will look up the float for you. We will look everything up to make sure you understand what you're messing with. Why do I have Lucid? Simple enough. It's riding this 21-day moving average. It is up under this 200-day moving average. But when I look at these crap stocks like Lucid, yes, Lucid is producing cars. Yes, Lucid does have proof of concept, but Lucid is broke down and is creating this huge wick. Now, if you guys look, I was here when this happened, and when this thing pushed up, it pushed right up into a liquidity area and sold right back off, okay? It happened so fast. If you wanted to get short on this thing, you had to do it quick because this thing halted right back down, if I remember correct. All right? So this thing pulled back. It's on a rising 21-day moving average. We do have to keep an eye on it because what day is earnings on? The 22nd with everything else. Guys, today is the 21st. If you're showing up here, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you here watching. I appreciate all the love and support. But listen to me, guys. Listen. Tomorrow's the day to watch, okay? So if you're bored, if you think today's not a mover, even though today is a mover, tomorrow is going to be awesome, guys. Awesome day tomorrow. We have so many earnings tomorrow, so many. It's going to be amazing. So if you're bored with today, well, go cry me a river. Come back tomorrow with your tissues because tomorrow is going to be amazing. So what are you guys watching? Put it in the ticker. Put it in the chat so I can look over it when we're coming back through. AM. Look at this, guys. AM still continuing its upwards push. AM. If it can hold this area that I drew out, guys, I pointed this to you because we have resistance back here. High level of liquidity of 123 million shares traded. You know some bag holders are back there. You know some people didn't sell when they should have. Okay? It did come back up here and cleared some of it. But it's back up here. It cleared what looks to be the rest of this. And now, this to me, guys, looks like this is very bullish. Why do I think it's bullish? Because it has cleared its liquidity area back here, and it's looked like it's pushing higher. Now, of course, you guys know me. I want to see this thing trade sideways now for a little bit. Also proving that it's cleared that liquidity, and it's forming a new base of a demand area for buyers to keep aware of. If we see that demand start to build up here and this 10-day moving average come up and it squats down on that 10-day, what am I going to do? I'm going to take a trade live in front of you, just like I have the past couple weeks, guys. 8 until 12 every day, Monday through Friday. If I'm bringing you any value, any love, any content, you got me on your eyes or in your ears. I want to be here for your analysis, for your live trading, and for your commentary. If you love me as much as I love doing this, hit that subscribe button, guys. Bring the community together. We are all here doing our part. And again, I always want to preference this, guys. I'm not going to ask you for money. I am not going to ask you for anything but your love and support and that subscribe button. If you hear anybody out there, I don't care who you pointed out to, if they're asking for any type of money from you, well, they're not doing what I do, baby, because I'm doing it for free. For free. I will never ask you for money. I will never message you for anything unless it's for your love and support, asking you to hit that subscribe button. That's the only thing we ask here on this show, guys. Smash that subscribe button. And if you want to, share it with your mama. All right, so we are on AMAM looking bullish. I am bullish on the AMAM. We want to see those moving averages catch up to that area. MVLA off the watch list. MVLA. Got to get that thing off here. It looked like crap. We had a gap up on MVLA and it just sold right back off. Why am I looking at CVNA? Well, because it is a talked about ticker and it's rising 21-day moving average, not to mention, not on the 22nd, but on the 23rd, Carvana comes out. And of course, we are expecting these earnings to look like garbage doo-doo, but bad news is sometimes good news in these very eye-catching tickers. Why is it eye-catching? Because people know that they're going to go bankrupt. I believe they filed for bankruptcy, and that's why they took off. No, that's not supposed to happen? Well, it does. Welcome to the market, ladies and gentlemen. IBIO, there was a guy in duality trading Jerry, I think we call him, in Duality Trading actually took this on a short, which is a beautiful short. I would not have taken this short because I have no reason to. There was no areas of liquidity. You could use this as a discerning area, but he knows more of what he's doing shorting these parabolics than I do, okay? I guess we're not going to call this parabolic. But he took this and added into it around this $2 area, which is totally understandable because of all these wicks. You can tell that is a demand or a supply area. So when it came up into this, he bought more short. He got in short somewhere here and added short here and got out in aftermarket because you never know what can happen in aftermarket. NTRA, why do I have this on the watch list? NTRA looks like it created this nice little scallop. I call it a scallop because it slowly starts to curl and turn, creating new lower highs, and it looks like it's pushing off, but we need to be careful because the earnings are on the 23rd. Above this 200-day moving average, though, it is looking like it's shaping up and showing proof of concept. I don't know anything about this stock, and I could be wildly wrong, but this analysis is showing that it's shaping up. Now, let's look at Tesla. We already have looked at Tesla, but we're just going to look at it one more time. It's still holding this area. It's still trading below its closing price, and we will see what Tesla has in store for us. And same with SPY. SPY is still trading lower at 403.65, guys. Let's take a quick sip. That's good coffee. I got to give you a spin around so I can show you how well my wife did on the haircut. If you guys haven't seen that episode, we might as well do something on Prezi Day, right? We got to get the clicks. So I got a haircut while doing live analysis. If you guys haven't seen it, you should. I stay stone-faced, and so does she. So it makes it real awkward, and awkward is entertaining. Actually, my son, I said, hey, boy, come take a look at this. I want you to watch this. Tell me what you think. And he's a youngin'. You know, he's about 9 years old, and he looks at it and he goes, that's cringe, Dad. That's cringe. Well, that's okay. Hopefully that cringe gets a click, baby. So let's move on, guys. MindMed, MNMD. There's a lot of eyes on MNMD. Now, yes, it is trading below that 200-day moving average, but that's not why I'm looking at this. I'm not looking at this for a long term. I'm looking at this thing squatting down on this 10-day moving average, and we are looking for a breakout. Now, I showed you guys this, and I put my mark on this. And when this opens, it will be in my breakout area, okay? This could be the trade. This could be the trade. Now I got to see what happens at opening, okay? If at opening we start seeing volume come in, we start to see it highly traded, then this might be something that I really would want to keep my eyes on and get in. So if we do, it'll be on small share size. Why? Because I'm taking these breakout trades for a very specific reason. We want to back test our trades. So if I'm going to take a breakout trade, I'm always going to take these breakout trades until I have 50 to 100 samples. Then I can look back and I can say, hey, this is making me money. Hey, this is losing me money. Or hey, how can I make more money or lose less money to make this a profitable trade? If you don't hear your buddy, your guy, your friend, your technical trader talking about back testing or looking over his trades, or he's not saving his trades, well, he should be, okay? He definitely should be. We all need to learn from our trades. If you're taking a trade, you should be saving that trade. I use Trader Sync. They are not a sponsor of mine. Although if you are listening, Trader Sync, you can sponsor me. I will start putting Trader Sync on blast every single day. But I will say this, we are getting a little sponsor today, and that's by US Stock Traders. So US Stock Traders is a Facebook group. He has over 16,000 members, and they do their absolute best to keep their site nice and clean so that way they don't have a ton of advertisements in there. That being said, I am being pushed to the front, and he did this absolutely free for me so I could start being their voice. So if you guys are from US Stock Trader, I do appreciate you being here. Go ahead and leave that subscribe button so we don't have to spam you. I want you to know when I pop up on your phone so that way you can come visit me. And we can be here for pre-market prep so we can be ready at 9:30. Speaking of which, we have just over 30 more minutes till market open, and we still have a lot of tickers to go through. So SECO Can you guys see why I'm looking at SECO on this daily? If you've been with me for the past couple weeks, you can see right away we have this topper of 375 or $4. However psychological area you want to choose, you can choose. So I'm going to choose this 375 $4 area, and we're going to say if this thing keeps following this 10-day moving average, it's creating this nice base and we might break through. If this breaks through this area and hits my alarm, you might see me take a trade on SECO as a breakout strategy trade. Now, I'll just go over it really quick with you guys. We have this huge push up, right? Huge push up. Boom. This thing pushed up 199%. Then it held those percentage by a little over half. It broke down, but it found a moving average. Two of them, the 200, which looks like it's getting ready to curl, and the curling 10. So we have a curling 10, 21, and 30-day moving average. Now it's holding that 10. If it breaks out through here, this could be very powerful. So I will keep an eye. I have my alert set, and I will inform you guys the second I know about it. GNS. Yes, I have a friend that is in GNS. Is he short or is he long? Is he even watching us right now? So if you're in here, I want you to let us know if you are short GNS. I do believe he is, because you can see the exhausting volume and the push up and these wick off tops, these sell off. GNS does look bearish. It does look like it created its top with all these wicks every time it comes back up. You can see the supply area. Is this thing going to die, or is this thing going to go straight up? We don't really know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I do see Ginger Hopper sending out hearts in the chat. Ginger, I love you. Thank you. Appreciate the heart, and I can say that, guys. It's not weird because that's my mama. Mama, cheers for you, Mom. I hope you got your coffee. I know you're not using sugar anymore, so cheers to that. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the love and the support. If you guys are sick of me saying love and support, well, wrong channel. That's all you're going to get here. You're going to hear me and see me bleed positivity for 4 hours straight from 8 a.m. until 12, guys, every day, Monday through Friday, unless it's Prezi Day. If it's Prezi Day, somebody's got to let me know, because I was ready and raring to go. Matter of fact, I was recruiting. I was doing some networking on Facebook, and I messaged this girl who wanted me to go over a few tickers, and I said I would absolutely love to go over those tickers. I said, if you're here on Monday, I'll do it on Monday. And she goes, well, isn't the stock market closed on Monday? And I was like, oh, first, that's embarrassing, and two, yeah, you're right. So it is what it is, guys. Some days you'll show up to the market and you'll realize, hey, I get a day off. And that's A-OK. So KPRX, we're watching this because it did hold this 10-day moving average. It's now pushed away from that 10-day moving average to the point where I'm not interested. But remember the breakdown here? I created this high tight flag, and I said if it breaks off here, I'd want to see it. Well, it broke down, and now it cleared out all of these people that are long. It's trading back up in this $6 area. And now if it can hold this $6 area and then squat down on this 10-day, that would be, in my eyes, a beautiful trade. So we're going to give KPRX a few more days to shape up and see what happens. So JSPR, you guys have seen me play this before because we've seen a breakout before, and it did stop us back out. Why? Well, simply enough, it doesn't have enough buyers sitting there. Or maybe the market maker knows exactly what he's doing, right? Maybe he knows exactly what he's doing. HUBS. I pulled HUBS because this was an earnings gap up. I showed you guys if we would have played this earnings gap up, we would have been stopped out almost right away. So on that 5 minute, and why are we going over our losing trades? Because guys, you don't want to see somebody that's trying to show you a few things only show his winners. If somebody's only showing you his winners and they're never showing you their losers, first of all, what are they learning from? And second off, what are they trying to portray? Here at LoFiTrader, I try to show you it is hard. Trading can be very, very risk adverse. And if you don't know your risk first, then how are you ever going to reap your rewards? So where's my risk? Where's my reward? Right here was my entry, and right here was my risk. Okay, my reward was far higher than what my risk was. We stopped out. We lost a cup of coffee on this, or did we? We didn't play HUBS because, why? I was late to the matter. But we still marked it to show if we were here, watching, we would have been stopped out on this earnings gap up, okay? This might shape up and continue higher, and that's a totally different trade, but we got to wait for the 10, 21, and 30-day moving average to catch up. MTRN. Why do I have MTRN on here? Well, look at this earnings gap up. Crazy. Right after earnings, this thing popped off and gapped up. In one day, it made a high at 18%. So this thing is looking really good, and I'm going to keep it on the list because I believe this Matterhorn, I don't even know if I'm saying it right, guys, but Matterhorn? Yeah, that's a different name, but if this thing can hold out and wait for a moving average to catch up, you never know. This thing might keep on keeping on. I keep itching my nose. Maybe I gotta trim this mustache. Guys, what do you think about the handlebar mustache? The wife said to take a poll to see if the handlebar mustache was a good or a bad thing, and she's got too much pull in this chat, so we're not going to do that. We're going to wait. We're going to wait and make sure it's only guys in this chat room to get that poll going, because I want it. I think we're going handlebars, guys. RDW, another push up higher. We're waiting to see how this thing does. Okay, it pushed up a lot higher on high volume. So if this thing can hold out, create a base, and then wait for a moving average to catch up, then so be it. VLAN. So VLAN, we had Tony in here a few days ago. Tony, if you're in here, say hi. You should be in here for pre-market prep, but he usually shows up right before the bell. That's okay, Tony. We still love you. But I want you guys in here for pre-market prep so you know what's going on. RBLX. RBLX is, we played this, guys. What did we play? The 5-minute gap up on earnings, or the 5-minute range. It gapped up. We were in the money, a couple cups of coffee, and then we gave that cup of coffee back. That's A-okay. You're not going to win them all. And that's why we have risk reward. Guys, on these, I can lose 25, or my winning percentage on these can only be 25%, and I will still make that money. Carly Worrell's got the thumbs down button. Oh, I see. The thumbs down for the mustache. I see. Well, we're not doing the poll just yet, Carly, so you need to hold off, okay? Hold off on that. TTD. Now, you guys know we were in this, and we've already taken our money on this, okay? We already went over our trade, so we'll come back to that. Airbnb. Airbnb was also a gap up earnings, and we marked this out. Now, look, what does this tell you guys? When we're seeing a lot of gap ups on earnings, and then they're only gapping up for a couple days and selling right back off, to me, that is more of a bearish sentiment, meaning it doesn't look that good for the market, okay? It doesn't look that good for the market if the market keeps failing every time we get a rally. So, Airbnb, if we would have played this, which I would have been chasing, guys, a big reason why we don't chase, we would have lost money on that. Now, ARRY, FSLR, same type of trade. We'll go over that later. ALGM. So ALGM is one of those swans, guys. Look at this. This on an earnings gap up, beautiful, beautiful earnings gap up. If we look at this thing on the 5-minute, you'll see it wouldn't have worked out for us, okay? This earnings gap up on the 5-minute, we would have got, well, I'm sorry, it would have. But the reason why I didn't like it is because our stop would have been this low, okay? And we would have taken it here. So we would have had a wild 37, 34, $3 gap. Now, we could have still played it, and we would have still been up money, sure, okay? And we'd still be in this trade because it hasn't closed below the 10-day moving average. But that is a wild statement concerning the fact that we have this huge area, okay? So let's just take a look. I would have been risking, let's see, I would have been risking 8%, okay? And we would be up, right now we'd be up 20%, okay? So that's great risk reward still there, okay? But I'm just telling you, if I was here in the mix, during live, if I was sitting in this trade and I would have looked at this, I would say, ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that because just the ADR on that thing is only 4.5%, and this is already 8%. It's already moved 8% of its move, so I would have personally said no, and I passed on this for that reason, okay? But we're going to keep an eye on this because I believe this is considered a swan. Now, I'm using this, I'm regurgitating this information. It's not it's all still in the mix. It's all still learning, okay? So I could be wildly wrong about all of this, guys. And if you have any challenging criteria, I want you to challenge me so that way we can work this out. We can figure out what you think, what I think. But to me, this here is an earnings gap up swan compared to all the rest of the chickens and ducks that have came out recently. And why do I say chickens and ducks? Well, chickens, okay, they peck. They're pecking up, they're falling back down. Ducks, they move all together. They're all moving together. And swans, they spread their wings higher and they fly higher, okay? We can go over that a little later, but right now we're just trying to get through everything. So RVNC, it's trying to hold this 21-day moving average. It had a beautiful push up here, guys. Beautiful push. I don't know if this is on news or what this push up was, but it is a therapeutic, so you need to be careful with these. It is breaking out of this all-time highs, it looks like. It's looking absolutely beautiful. I really like it. And I don't know. We'll see what happens here. If this thing can push higher, create another little cup here, we'll set an alert on the top of this to see if it's something we might want to play. Or even if it does say it breaks out and then it comes back and tests that area, we would be A-okay with that too. So let me get a little sip Shawana here, and then we'll go through the spiel. That's good. That's good. I like it. You know where I poured my coffee in today? I poured it right in the old hot cocoa cup. So I still get a little sugar in there. There might be a little marshmallow in there, but I'm happy. I hope you're happy. Guys, I want to show you my red submarine. Okay, I drew that myself, yes. I did take 3 years of art school, so I could do that. Just kidding, I did not. But I will say this, it has zero correlation to the subscription button. Next up, SMCI, looking absolutely delicious, delectable, scrumptious, whatever pizzazz word you choose to use. But SMCI is looking like a leader, guys. It is trading almost at all-time high, creating this cup. Can we see a handle? Can we see it base on this 10-day, 21, or 30-day moving average so we can create a liquidity pool to move higher? I don't personally know, but I will set an alert. So if it's looking like it's shaping up, then we can do it, okay? Carly, I keep looking over here and I keep seeing your thumbs down. I don't like that. I don't like the thumbs down. Let's go ahead and flip that thumb upside down, and let's create some positivity in here, Carly. Just because the handlebar mustache you're not the biggest fan, I'm sure there's some handlebar mustache fans out there, okay? I might not be able to hit the perfect demographic on this handlebar mustache, but I'm digging it, guys. I'm digging the handlebars. I think it's super manly. Super manly, super manly. Super manly. NU Holdings. So NU is looking pretty good. We had this earnings right here. It doesn't look like they beat earnings. This is their first earnings? No. So they did worse than last earnings. They are trading above the 200-day moving average. We have had a push up, and it is holding that 10-day moving average. So NU, recent IPO. So if it creates some bases down here, I have some interesting correlation in creating basis or double bases on new earnings, on new IPOs. So not new earnings, but new IPOs, guys. All right. So let's move on. OSUR. So OSUR had that big gap up, and it sold off hard, guys. If you guys remember this, it caught my attention because it traded up over 20% and it opened up over 10%, but it had that sell off right away. So I annexed it. We're not even going to look at this thing, right? Well, the next day, this is trading. The next day, this thing gaps up, and it looks like it is doing relatively well compared to the rest of the market. So this, don't yawn on stream, Michael. This thing here is looking like it's shaping up. That 200-day moving average is starting to turn. It's starting to curl up, starting to head higher. And this thing, if it can squat back down and hold these areas, this might be a nice little long. All right, we got 15 of you in here right now. I do appreciate each one of you. This is steady growing, ladies and gentlemen. We are steady growing every single day. We're getting bigger by the moment, and I just got to say, I got to take a little time out and say thank you. Thank you for showing up every day, guys. We're up to 198 subscribers. If you want to see me get up to 200 today, it only takes 2 of you. I know it's a lot to ask. I had to strong arm my friend. I had to steal his phone and hit the subscription on one of my best friend's phone because some of you guys are just awfully weird about hitting the subscription button. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I totally understand too. But if your concern is me not showing up, I'm here every Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. If you want to wake up, if you want to have a family-oriented cup of coffee with this talking head, you're more than welcome to do it. I would love to see you guys. I try to interact. I try to converse with every single one of you inside chat, outside of chat. I'm doing my best for the networking. So if you love me as much as I love the stock market, hit that subscribe button, baby. All right, EMBC. Guys, I pointed out EMBC because of earnings gap up. This earnings gap up on the earnings day opened up under 10%, but then it pushed up and rallied higher. We decided to mark this thing just because that morning it was interesting, even though it was not up over that 10%. So we got in it, or we didn't get in it, but we marked it just to see what would happen. We would still be in this thing technically, and that's a big reason why I say now we're going to look at anything up over 7%. If it's up over 7%, then we want to take a look at it because I think we can increase our odds at taking more of these trades, especially because I keep missing them. All right. So far, nothing over that 7%. So we'll keep on with our analysis. If you're into penny stocks, here's a penny stock for you. This isn't my forte, but it does look like it is holding the 21 and shaping up on the 10-day. So we'll see with CORZQ what that's going to do. GSUN. So GSUN was just a popular ticker from a few days ago. We still need plenty more time to see what's going on. All you guys do is just hit a button. Yeah, it is. But so many people are so weird about that button, Stewie. It's odd to me. Like even he goes, I just don't subscribe to anybody. I don't subscribe to anybody. I said, come on, man. I mean, it's me. It's your okay. You're gonna be the first person I ever subscribe to. It's like, why wouldn't you give over a little bit to the YouTube algorithm? For as much as I use YouTube, I do. Anybody that is involved with trading or a like-minded trader, any streamer that does the same kind of content I do, I like and subscribe to all those people for the main reason being, okay, I want to love and support them, and I want my news feed to be populated with the shows that I want to watch. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, well, that's a country song. CETX, guys, this was popular, but now is off the radar. It had that big liquidity push. It followed that 10-day. It had its breakout, but it sold right back off. ASUR. ASUR looks like it is holding out. It did create that breakout area. It did stop us out, but now look at it. It looks like it's doing healthy and fine. We do have earnings on the 27th. So if you guys are looking at this, please be in mind that we do have earnings coming up. LPG. LPG looks like it's breaking down. If you guys remember, you guys weren't here, but I did talk about this. When it started to climb and it started to hold this area, I actually took a few shares here trying to play this liquidity bank that's not sitting here. So this lack of liquidity from here to here, I was thinking maybe this thing would rise back up and I would get out just for a quick dollar move. But I didn't. It broke back down and I decided I'm not going to play that. It's not my strategy, but that's part of being disciplined, guys. That wasn't part of my strategy. I got in, I tried to play it, I had to label it as a liquidity fill, as a new trade, and I lost money on it. So that just goes to show me I need to stay within my realm. I need to stay within my trades, my disciplinary trades, so that way I keep earning money. We are still up on this month, a couple of $100. Nothing crazy, guys, but hey, one day at a time, and a couple hundred's better than being down a couple hundred, right? So CRDO, we always use this as a reminder. You never want to be all in on one stock. Why is that? Well, look what happens if you're all in on this stock. This was looking like a decent mover. This was looking like a good IPO. It looked like a good stock, and it had proof of concept. But now this thing dropped over 50%. If you're so sure about one stock, guys, or you want to invest a lot of money in one stock, I'm not all for that. You can do you can do your thing, and you can argue that till you're blue in the face, and I'm fine with that. I'll probably learn a few things from you. But the thing is, guys, this is why I just don't believe in any one stock. If I'm going to buy and I'm going to hold any stock, It's going to be an ETF like the SPY or VTI or VOO or SMH. I'm going to use an ETF to help take my money, spread it across a bunch of different tickers, so that way if one specific ticker like CRDO falls off the face of the earth, it doesn't take such a huge hit in my portfolio, okay? So that's why I do that. AI. So AI, we're obviously going to be keeping an on AI. Why should we keep an eye on AI? Well, because it's one of the most talked about stocks, dude. It is so talked about. So what I like to use is Ape Wisdom. Okay, why Ape Wisdom? Because it's a popular site, first off, and two, they seem to come up with pretty recent data. So let's hit the refresh. Boom. So what is the number one name that has the most mentions? You guessed it, C3AI. So that's this ticker right here, AI. Why is it so widely talked about? Well, we've talked about this in previous streams, guys. It's very, very simple. Very simple, guys. Why do we talk about this in stream? Well, first off, it's a huge buzzword. With ChatGPT, with all that crazy knowledge going on, everybody's in this rat race to keep their best system afloat. They want Google, Microsoft, all those head guys. They're all Meta. They all want the best AI, right? Tesla, even. Everybody wants to have the best AI because when you have a system set in place in order to that can do it better than a human, then why wouldn't you want to hire that? Okay, so they're all trying to hire their own teams. They're all trying to best each other with this AI. Well, why is AI so talked about? Well, we talked about this in chat a few times as well. AI, when you type in AI, that's going to be the first ticker that comes up. If you type in artificial intelligence, it would be totally different. So the fact that this is getting a lot of talk, the fact that it is on Reddit, I think in your space of GFAI, BBAI, all those tickers that are concerning, I personally think that AI itself is going to be the leader. So I'm keeping an eye on AI, and I sure hope that you all understand that what I'm trying to implement here, okay? So if it's going to be the leader, it's going to be very volatile. It's going to be very up and down. It's going to move around like crazy. But the way it's handling itself right now is in this Goldilocks area. It's trying to stay above it. It's trying to trade sideways, and this could possibly move higher. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't really know. This thing could go right back down to zero, but that's why I'm here. I'm here so we can make history while it's moving. So we have less than 10 minutes, guys. Less than 10 minutes till market open. If you're still here with me, if you started off in pre-market prep, you got to know I appreciate you being here because you're doing yourself a favor. You're showing me you are a like-minded investor, that you need to know what's going on before the market opens, before all the traders start rushing in there, trying to pile all in at once, so that way they can be first to buy their shares because emotion runs the market. Fear and greed. Fear and greed run this market, guys, okay? So at the open, all the liquidity piles in. Everybody has their fear and their greed moment. This thing will whipsaw back and forth, but what are we waiting for? We're waiting for it to choose a side so we can choose a side so we have a better understanding of which way the market's heading, and we want the market to our back. Meaning if the market's going up and we think it's going up and it's to our back and we take a long trade in something that is fashionably moving quicker, then we have the market to our back. We have the wind to our back. That's how we want to trade, guys. So if we look at SPY, what's going on? We had a gap down in pre-market. We gapped down. Now it's trading at 403.45. We're not having a huge sell-off here at 403.45, but we do know just below it is that $400 area. Is it closer to the $400 area than the 410? Yes, it is. That tells me that we're going to go towards the liquidity. We're probably, and I say probably because I don't really know, but let's look at two ideas here, guys. Two ideas. One's going to be down, one's going to be up. Yes, I'm going to sound like John Madden, but these easy things are discernible and will help you figure out where the supply and demand is. Why do I think 400? Why do I think it's going to come down to 400? Because I think it needs to test this area. Because 400 is not only a psychological area, but we have proven history that this 400 is an area of resistance. And now that we've broke through it, it is an area of supply, demand, okay? So because it broke through its resistance, it's coming back down to see if we find support. I'm expecting support at 400. Why? Simple. Everything I just told you guys, plus the psychological area. So if we have history at 400 and we have a psychological area of 400, then we should see a bounce at 400. Are we going to see? Only time will tell. Only time will tell, guys, but I'm here for you. We will be watching this happen. All right? Next up. Well, we still got plenty to go through, and we only have 6 minutes left. So if you guys are watching something, if I haven't went over something that you want to see in pre-market prep, I think we annex all the rest of these tickers and we go through our main watches quick. One more time, guys, and then we can figure out what's on my main watch list and what you have on your main watch list. So SPY trying to find a bid here at the base. Okay, if we can find something juicy, if we can maybe head all the way down to this 400 today and find a base out so we can continue higher, you know I am a bear with horns. SSIM says ANTM. It's up huge, but is there more room to go up? That's a great question. So ANTM. ANTM. So ATNM maybe? So you said ANTM. So I typed in ANTM, but I'm not getting that. Tesla. We can definitely take a look at Tesla. Why don't you take a look at that SSIM and make sure you got the right ticker in your symbol. I think you may be looking at ATNM. So take a look at that one. And Tesla. Guys, we brought up Tesla in pre-market prep, but we'll go over it again. No big deal. Glad you guys are here, Rabia and SSIM. So Tesla's trading at 204.84, and we know from live stream that on this $200, it's a psychological area. So if we are going to trade lower today, we are going to be looking at that $200 moving area. If it can hold, that $200 area. If it can hold that $200 area and trade sideways, create support, and head higher, that would be its best case scenario. Its worst case, would it come down to that 200 and then break that 200? After that, this thing could be heading lower. So Tesla looking overall respectably strong compared to the overall market, but we are at that pivot point at 200 where we will see, does it bounce and head higher or does it head lower? So SM, is it ATNM or is it ANTM? So ANTM I don't believe is a ticker, so I believe you're looking at ATMN. ATNM, if you got it mixed up. And ATNM is a 5.6 mover. It had a nice push up here into its area, this $15 area. Actually, it pushed all the way up to that $18 area and sold off in pre-market. So this looks very interesting. It's above its 200-day moving average, and if I had to look into this company, I would say it's probably not a big producer in earnings because it is a pharmaceutical company. So if I wanted to look more into this, we could, but I want to make sure it is the right ticker that you're looking at, all right? So guys, we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes till market open. Things are looking really good, guys. Things are looking really good. So let's just, we'll bring up SPY over here. We'll keep Tesla on that side for now. Let's see how the Russell's doing. Russell's starting to sell off now a little bit. It's breaking that uptrend that it had. Russell has been looking the strongest out of all the indices. That's why I like to keep an eye on it. Yeah, Netflix is breaking down as well. Microsoft is breaking down. So we're going to have to see what this market wants to do, guys. But from the way it looks, we ran into some supply, and we might be heading lower to that $400 area. So we will see. We will see. We only got 2 minutes till market open. Yes, ATNM. So let's go over ATNM right before market open. ATNM. So let's go over ATNM. Guys, like I was telling you earlier, I like ATMN. It's above this 200-day moving average. It's been following this 10-day moving average. This thing's looking really beautiful. It's got this push up, this sell off that held, and now is creating a cup. So this cup looks absolutely beautiful. I really do like it. It does look like it broke out very strong in the pre-market, actually showing liquidity in the pre-market. This is beautiful, guys. This is definitely something we want to keep our eyes on. Now, where is the trade in this right now? I couldn't tell you. What I would say, if I'm looking for this on a can slim method for a cup and handle, I'm going to look for this thing to base out in this area, okay? I know we've seen this huge liquidity push and this big pullback. It looks pretty interesting. But what I want to see is this thing trade sideways now. I want to see it create a handle. If it can create a handle, then it will create my risk. I'll know where I can risk off of, and then we will have a trade. So thank you so much, SM, for bringing that up. I absolutely like the trade, especially for a long-term swing trade to the north side. But right now, it is a no trade for me. I need to see this thing set up a little bit more, okay? So great stock. I'm actually going to put that, if I don't already have it, I'm going to put that on my watch list because I would like to see this thing shape up for the future. And I'm going to put a little alert just above that. So when we hear that bell go off, which we're going to hear it go off way too soon, I'll move it up over this 1550 area. And we'll call that good. And hopefully it doesn't trash my thing. 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds till market open. If you're here, thank you so much. If you like the market as much as I do, please hit that like and subscribe button. That's the only thing you'll hear me ask of you. I will not ask for money. I will not ask for anything related to money whatsoever. All I asked was for your time, your dedication. Be here for pre-market prep. Learn with me. Let's kick some butt. Let's take some names, and let's make some money. Guys, we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's market open, ladies and gentlemen. I am pumped. And of course, Alex, you show up right 30 seconds before. Come on, let's go, baby. We have sold out of TTD. TTD, stopping us out that last half for break even, guys. So we will probably see this thing rip up higher now that it stopped me out the last half for break even. If you guys remember, I took this trade on a 5-minute range. We got out after the third day. We took half out, making a nice little profit, and then it broke down and stopped us out the rest for break even. So we won on this trade and things are looking good. That's why we take profit, and that's why we know our risk, baby. All right, let's move on. Let's see how DraftKings is doing. We're going to take TTD off our list. Let's see how DraftKings is doing. Does DraftKings want to stop us out today, or does it want to head higher? So it looks like it opened up and it's having a nice little push in the morning right away. Same thing with SPY though, having a nice little push. Is this just a pre-push for a further sell-off to 400? Only time will tell, guys, but we will keep a very close eye on that. So DraftKings, what I'm going to do here, guys, since we're down a whole cup of coffee, what we're going to do is we're going to bring our stop loss up. Or not bring it up. We're going to bring our stop loss and make sure it is set at this $19 area, $19.50 area. Okay, we have 5 shares. Let me make sure we're selling 5 and not 200, right? That would be silly. And we'll click this. All right, and then we will edit this, and we will make sure that it is stopped. Good till I close it, and we're going to confirm this stop. So if our last 5 shares wants to stop us out, that's A-okay. But now we have an alert on MindBed. So let's look at MNMD. If you guys were here for pre-market prep, we did go over MindBed, and I said, hey, this is the breakout area. Is this something that we want to take? It is squatting on its 10-day moving average. We liked it here. It broke down and still held that 10-day moving average, and now it's squatting again. It looks like it's starting to break out, and there is a little bit of volume. Do I want this trade? Well, if I want this trade, where would my risk be first? So my risk would have to be this break of this area, this $4 area, right? I like it. It's psychological. No, it's trading at $4, guys. It's trading at $4. Do I want to play this daily range? Well, I would have to stop out at $3.95 on the daily range. I don't care for this. I like the setup. I want to be in it. I just did not see it breaking out right here, first thing in the morning. So we're gonna keep an eye on this, guys. But I'm not taking this breakout right here, right now. Our alerts are starting to come in, guys. They are starting to come in. So we might have more than just one play. That is A-okay, but we're definitely gonna have to keep an eye on MindMed. So let's look at ATKR. ATKR looks like it's still holding that 10-day moving average. Looking really, really tight, guys. This might be a really nice trade right here. We will come back to it. INTA, we want to really see where the market wants to go, right? And we don't want to do any crazy trades first thing after market open. Why? Because that is the craziest first few minutes of the market. So let's catch up on chat here. T-Was checking in. What up, Tyler? How are you, dude? It's good to see you. Glad you're here. Thank you for checking in. Guys, we only need 2 more subs. 2 more subs, and we hit that 200 marker. And guys, if you've been here, okay, We've only been doing this. This is my start of my third week, okay? SPY shooting up to 403.75. Is this just another push for a bigger sell-off? We will find out very soon if the bulls or the bears want to take the lead. But yeah, guys, this is our third week doing this, and we've almost hit that 200 subscriber marker. That is an amazing feat, guys. What else goes with 200? Tesla. Tesla goes with that 200. Is it going to defend this area? Is it going to come back down and test that $200 area? Or is it going to continue higher? Only time will tell. Let's look at AMCX. Guys, AMCX, we got in this on that 5-minute breakout range area. AMCX is looking good. It's looking good with the rest of the market. So nothing's too disturbing about it unless the market wants to have a pullback and it follows. But if the market wants to have a pullback and AMCX wants to continue higher, I'm okay with that. You won't hear me looking grumpy or being angry. Alex says, definitely looking to short SPY, just looking for a good position. Yeah, I figured you were, Alex, and that's kind of the way we were talking this morning. Obviously, I'm a bear with horns. I want to see everybody's accounts doing better, but with the sell-off that we have, with this big drip coming down, how far are we going to go down? I personally expect we're going to hit 400. So if we have a push and we get that push up, we might see a nice push towards that 410, but where's our liquidity? So let's move out on the hourly and see where people are sitting. So say we do get a push and we push up here. What do we have? We have this area of liquidity, which is at 406.82, okay? And we can see that that is an interesting area because that's where the drop-off was, that 407 psychological area as well. But we also have that 410. So if we go through and we look at this, and we look at this 406.68 or this 407, I would consider this being more of my area of where don't do that. This would be kind of my area of where I would be looking to short. If this were to pop back up into that area, that might be a nice area that I would look at for supply. Okay, that's what we're looking at, guys. We're looking for supply. Where's your supply? Where's your demand? I've already stated many, many times, I think my demand is down here at 400. I could be wildly wrong, but if I look at it on a technical basis, it almost looks like, this looks like a very interesting area. Why? Well, if we look back in the history, it's bumped its head a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4 times just by looking over this chart real quick, right? So if it comes back down, if it was resistance and we broke through, then it should act as support. It should, okay? If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then it heads lower, then we make a new game plan. So will this thing pop back up and hit that area of supply that we think is sitting up here at this 407? Or are we going to head lower and are we going to hit this $400 area? So I need to catch up on the chats. Let's see. Uncle Harold says, my name made it on your channel this morning. I'm on my way. Get out of my way, man. Ha ha! Uncle Harold, dude, the fact that you're just sitting there and you're keeping an eye on things and you're listening to me, have me in the background, means more to me than I think you'll ever know. CVNA, and I do truly mean that. CVNA, guys, why do I have CVNA? Simple enough. Let's look at these moving averages. It's holding the 21-day moving average. It's squatting down yesterday, and now we're getting this push up. I do like CVNA. I do like the way it's shaping up, and this thing might have a nice push higher. Why am I not going to get in this if it breaks out? Simply put, on earnings, the 23rd, when earnings come out, I don't want to be caught offside, okay? So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I do like Carvana. I do think it has potential to squeeze higher, but we won't really know what's really going on until after earnings. And you guys know as well as I do, I don't gamble here. And if I do, I gamble with very small share size. So Carvana, I'm staying out of until after the 23rd, until after it lets us know, hey, we want in or we want out. So let's just make sure we got a little bit of everything here. Make sure everybody's taken care of and being kept an eye on. We want to make sure that we aren't, okay, we're just looking at our MNMD. Yeah, let's go back to MNMD. We'll just take a peeky gander and see how that's doing. Well, AMCX is looking pretty. So MNMD is MindMed. They use psychedelics in order to treat their patients to see if there's any therapeutic results in those. I'm giving you not verbatim, but a generic idea of what this stock does. Now, the sector is hot right now. It's wildly talked about. So this thing has news backing it up. It also does have volume price contraction, guys. What do I mean by that? Well, if we look at this volume price, or if we look at the volume down here compared to its price, all right, this is going lower. It's moving lower. All right, see that? See how it's moving down? Less selling pressure behind it. So that's, now I'm new to this volume price contraction, but I'm trying to look at it to see how it's doing, okay? So if we keep an eye on volume price contraction, we'll see our big buyers are buying, but there's not a lot of sellers selling. So that makes me like the stock. I like the stock. I like the stock. ATNM pushing lower now. Will it be able to hold this 10-day moving average? Did we get a volume of a liquidity push where we have all the sellers? Did it finally find its mega batch of supply? Which if we look back here, guys, yes, there's going to be a lot of supply in this area at where it's trading now and at the top here at the $17.60 area. We talked about this earlier. When you have these big bouts of liquidity pushes, now look, after it made it up here last time, it had a huge sell-off. It sold off in a couple of weeks, all right back down to $7.30. Will that do that again? It very well possibly could. History does repeat itself, but we'll see, because we had this sell-off and we found support. So if it can find support even after this big sell-off, that will be a bullish sign in my opinion. Do you think Tesla is going higher? So guys, I always have to preface this as I don't actually know. Is Tesla going to continue higher? Well, that's the discerning factor. We can see right inside right now as a hindsight Henry, yes, it is moving higher, but how high will it go? When we see these big pushes like this right off the gate, I'm asking myself, where is the liquidity? Where is the supply? The supply is right here at 211.83, okay? Right at 211.83. Why is it there? Well, I look at our recent days trading. Our average trading on this day was 211. Our average day trading on this day here was roughly 214. Okay, so in this area we have this psychological level, and if we can get up to this area, so let me make the Goldilocks thing for you. Okay, this is kind of what I'm seeing. Oh, don't do that. No, don't do that. Here, we'll zoom back out. Let me give you my little gold. I keep calling it my Goldilocks area. Okay. So if we do something like this, okay, we just take this Goldilocks area and bring it all the way over to here. I would say that that's kind of what we're looking for, okay? We might be able to even bring it down so we're playing off these bases, off these lows, kind of where it's testing right now. You see how like these bases found these wicks and pushed higher? Well, this could be a supply area too. So we could even pull this thing down, okay, and put it in this. This is the supply area. So it's in its supply area. So to answer your question very specifically, do I think it's going to go higher? I think it has gone higher, and I think it's going to run or find at least some trouble in this supply area. Is it going to fail at this area? I don't know. I really would love to see Tesla continue to do better. I'm a fan of Tesla. I'd love to see any stock doing better, but it is going to have some trouble in this area, in this Goldilocks area, because there is going to be people that are bag holding, that have lost money in the past couple days. So when it comes back up there, guys, they're going to see some selling pressure. So how much of this selling pressure is it going to be able to handle? We won't know, but we will be here to find out, guys. So SPY looks like it's still trying to push higher, trying to hold a build at that 403.94. Let's see what we got. Randy Worrell, Granny is in the building. Our guardian angel is here. The low float whale stock trader. She pushes the market millions in one direction. We have to take a quick break. Give me 5 seconds, guys. That's all I need. We have to cheers our grandma, whether you either are drinking your coffee, whether you're drinking your tea. Cheers to the camera, guys. This one is for Granny Randy. Chocolate chip pancakes are in the building. Now that's some good coffee, and it only tastes better after that amazing intro. Randy Worrell, thank you so much for being here. We do love you dearly, Grandma. We do. Hey, if you guys like grandmas, hit that subscribe button. I'll tell you this. This beautiful woman woke up with me almost every single morning and cooked me chocolate chip pancakes every morning. We need to get a chocolate chip pancake emote in the comments so that way we can make it rain chocolate chips every time Grandma shows up in chat. So guys, say hi to Grandma, throw her up in chat. Don't like throw her up in chat. That would be disgusting, but use her username, throw her, tell her hi. She's here every single day and I love you for it, Granny Ranny. Back to the stocks, guys. Tesla finding a little punch, a little push, and a little bit of resistance as the SPY here is doing the same. It's pushing, it's trying to get past that 404, but it's finding some selling pressure. It's a little too early to tell exactly what's going on, guys, but if we run through the indices, we might see something of a little bit more knowledge. So the Russell, the 2000, the ETF, it looks like, ooh, look at Meta go, he says. Sorry, Alex, I'm a little late to the party, but yes, it looks like Meta is pushing up. And guys, if you remember, I always keep talking about that 185 area. If we could see it push all the way back up to that 185, that would be a great place to take a shizzy short, okay? So, Netflix here, trading lower, looking like hot doo-doo garbage. Can it hold out or is it going to head lower? Guys, we're starting to see some discerning factors. The market's looking bearish. Microsoft breaking down from the morning push. It's breaking down now. It's trying to hold out, but boy, oh boy, can it hold this $200 moving average? Only time will tell, guys. Only time will tell. So Amazon. Wow, Amazon trading at 95.31, looking like doo-doo garbage, hot flaming Doritos, guys. Which is horrible correlation because flaming hot Doritos are delicious, they're scrumptious, and I should never line them with hot doo-doo garbage. So, Meta, yeah, Meta's looking great, guys. Meta's looking great, but I keep telling you, this whole area of liquidity here, there's nobody here to prop this up. You see this area all the way down to this $200-day moving average? If you take a look at that, it looks like it could fall all the way back down to that area. So keep in mind, guys, this push is kind of pushing right up into this previous liquidity area. I don't think we're ever going to see 185. This might just sell off here, guys. Now, this isn't a buy or sell recommendation. I'm not holding my crystal ball. It is not in front of me today, okay? I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not gonna be able to tell you, yes, it's going one way or the other. All I can do is point out the supply and demand areas, and you can see that this has a supply area of 179 and it pushing right up into that 178 area. Any higher, this would have been, clear as day for a short for me. But just looking at it, guys, it is looking weak. Remember, everything in the market is looking overall fadeable. So we're either going to find a bid or we're just going to keep on selling off. And it looks like the market finally achieved that 404.15 and is now heading lower. So watch your heads because it looks like it's bonking them on things. SPY crushing VWAP. Let's see, is what Alex said. We have our eyes on this VWAP. We can even zoom. Oh, we are on a 5-minute. Look at that. Breaking down. Might enter some shorts here if it can hold strong. Yep, I couldn't agree with you more, Alex. It does look like a beautiful day to short the market. It looks like, wow, look at DraftKings, guys. So even that being said, guys, the market's wanting to head lower as DraftKings rips to the upside, breaking out, hitting a high of 21.82. I do love me some DraftKings. If you guys know, I've played this game before. It stopped me out and headed higher, and now I'm playing this earnings gap up. We will see. Are we going to earn some money from this? It's going to take at least 3 to 5 days before I take money out of this. If you guys have not learned how I take earnings gap ups, please check out our channel, check out our Discord, or not our Discord, but check out our channel. And we have all those videos. We have everything for you, how I trade, what supply and demand is, all that good stuff. I can even go ahead and pop this up in there for you. Let me just go ahead and take the URL and bam. I'm putting this in the chat right now for you guys. This is LoFiTrader. This is how I play these earnings gap ups. Okay, so if you're interested in how I play these, It's real simple. It's on a 5-minute range, and you can see I marked them out here for you right now. I also have played that same earnings gap up on AMCX. Let's see how that's doing. AMCX wanting to try and hold those gains, guys. So we are up still, a cup of coffee on both DraftKings and AMCX, and things are looking shining to the north side, and we hope, and I say that respectfully, hope they continue higher, right? What are you without hope? You're nothing. IVAC, let's take a peeky gander. IVAC, starting to break down from that uptrend area. Will this break below the $10 or the 10-day moving average and stop us out? Only time will tell. Let's see how ARRY is doing in this concerned market. ARRY bouncing off of that upward trend line. Is this going to continue higher off this upward trend line? Are we going to base out, or are we going to fail, head lower, and have to stop us out? Thank you everybody for being here. It is 10 till 10 right now, and you know what we do at 10 till 10. Well, first, I just want to give a thank you out to, let me just make sure I have it exactly right, U.S. stock traders. U.S. stock traders allowed me to use their name in my profile and post on their website. They have over 16,000 people in their Facebook community, and I was one of the very few people that got to get pushed to the front, and they also added everyone. Now, that will piss some of the people off, but I have to say a huge thank you for allowing me to be on your channel, to be on your Facebook, and to help bring in more like-minded traders. If you are new at this trading, or you are a longtime veteran, you can obtain some form of knowledge in this stock market trading analysis, commentary, and live trading. Why? Because I bring you the live trading. I bring you live status. Where's NVIDIA trading? 213.22, finding a bid at its base. Is it going to hold out long enough to see earnings on the 22nd and continue higher? We shall see. Alex says shorted SPY at the bottom of VWAP, 403.52, and sold at 402.83, a nice little 20% gain. Alex, you're doing awesome. Extremely impressed with the way you're trading. And guys, Alex sends me his stuff. Alex sends me his stuff, so it is confirmed. It does look like he loves shorting. He loves long. Matter of fact, he just loves making money in this market. And it looks like that was a beautiful little trade on SPY. If you were playing that VWAP area, yes, it is breaking down, and it's breaking down hard. Guys, if you were here for pre-market prep, I did talk about this breakdown. Where are we headed? My guess, 400. If this market is breaking down, I think our next stop is whoop whoop. We're going to 400, baby. Let's see if the market wants to do my bidding and make it to 400. Now, once it hits 400, are we going to see a bounce, or are we going to see this completely fail and do what the bears want it to do, and that's go to zero? So, beyond the harbor, short bias? Question, no. Long bias? Question, no. Money biased? Yes. That is so true, guys. That is so true. Beyond the harbor, that is a great point. Are you short bias? Are you long bias? Well, it depends on where we're at and where I'm going to make the most money, right? So that can be argued both ways. If you're short bias in the market, well, then you should already be in the trade, right? If you're long bias, then you should have already been in the trade, right? So if you're finding yourself be biased one way or the other, check the other side. Check yourself, check your ego, and leave your ego at the door when you're trading, because that will ruin your stop losses. That will ruin your back testing. We don't need egos in this. Let's make sure we respect our stop losses, guys. So, yes, the SPY looks like it might head towards that $400 area. Where can we make money today? If it bounces off that $400 area and I want to make some money, then I'm going to be looking for longs in possibly things that I'm already in that I can add to. So with the overall market looking discerning, I'm going to look at DraftKings. Why? Because one, we're already in this trade, and two, it's looking mighty strengthly, right? This thing is on some roids today, gentlemen. I'm okay with that. Do some push-ups, do some pull-ups. Okay, DraftKings, let's head higher. We're up a couple cups of coffee on this thing. Look at that. I might be able to buy lunch today, guys. No starving for me. But we'll see. I could be wildly wrong. DraftKings could just be getting all those buyers trapped up there at the top, and then it takes a big old duty dump. We'll see. We shall see. Let's look at some of these. MOB falling back down. ARBE we were watching this morning, still trying to hold some of its gains at 645. AMAM, guys, this thing still wants to continue push. ARBE, are you looking for a short? Question mark. So ARBE, if I look at ARBE, I would not be able to look at this thing for a short just yet. Let's take a look at our previous days. We are seeing some consolidated area right here in this area and in this area. So it does look like it has hit its liquidity patch. This liquidity patch is not very big though. So I don't have a huge amount of like bias in this situation. Like I'm not gonna look at this and say, oh yeah, it's definitely coming down, because I want to see the millions. I want to see it run into something heavy back here. So we pushed up on, let's take a look. We pushed up on 16 million shares traded, okay? 16 million shares traded, it pushed up on. It looks like we are starting to see some wicking off on this top, and now it's starting to trade sideways. So if this thing continues to trade sideways and stays in this area and doesn't continue to sell off, I would consider myself taking a long on this trade. Why? Well, because there's not a lot of selling pressure back here, okay? Now, if we look at the history, yeah, it gaps up and it craps, but I don't have enough confluency in the market to say that this thing is a for sure thing going down. So I would pass on this. I would wait a few days to see what actually was going to happen, okay? That's my personal bias, but Heiser, what are you looking at? Are you looking at a short? Are you looking at a short in this? Because, you know, it looks like that could happen. It looks like it could happen, but it's not enough confluency. It does not give me enough confidence to take that as a short. So I'm going to pass on that. SPY looks like it's still trading at that 403.14. It's really trying to hold out. It's got a nice wick off on this 5-minute candle, but you guys know I would much rather see wick offs on 15. So let's take a look at the 15. We are starting to see some wicking down here, but it still needs plenty of time for this thing to shape up. So we'll leave that on the 5-minute, and we'll just come back here and look at our beautiful DraftKings trade, guys. I mean, this is great. This is a great thing. You know, when everything else was looking like it's going to fail, DraftKings came in, just ripped its shirt off and started flying around with a cape, right? So it's looking good. Let's look at ARRY. ARRY still trading at our second buy-in area, looking like it wants to hang out, like it's barely hanging on, right? Nothing too good, nothing too concerning. IVAC, we're still on this trade until it breaks that 10-day moving average. And AMCX. So AMCX looking like it's wanting to break down. It's coming down to our buy-in area. Is it going to hold and continue higher? We will know soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go through our indices as the SPY breaks down, as IWM breaks down, as Netflix breaks down. Microsoft, are you guys starting to see this here? Are you guys starting to hear me? Microsoft, let's see, breaking down. Amazon looks like it's also just trying to trade sideways, not really in a breakdown form yet. Meta, yep, found that liquidity patch. I thought we drew that out for you guys. Where is it? Anyway, it's also breaking down from that push to 178. Maybe if we go on the hourly, we'll get to see it. It must have deleted. We had a liquidity patch right here, guys. I said it was pushing up into this liquidity patch, and it looks like it does want to sell off, and it's still continuing to sell down. All right, what else we got? NVIDIA. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks like it's bouncing off that uptrend, so it's looking overall strengthly compared to the rest of the market, getting a nice pull back. So NVIDIA, about the only thing looking good. As Tesla also pushing up into that liquidity area and now is wicking off on the hourly and heading lower. We're at 205.75. We want to see that $200 area hold up, right, guys? Google with the G, G-O-O-G-L, breaking down, not holding that 94 area of liquid. The Qs, remember the Qs were looking overall stronger than the rest of the SPY. Okay, it was looking stronger than the overall rest of the SPY. So if we look at the SPY on the daily and we look at the Qs on the daily, it now looks like the Qs still are holding off higher. It's not a good look for the Qs, but it is holding off higher. Okay, it's doing better than the SPY. So if we get that big hold up in Tesla, it's going to also hold up RQs. Apple, nutritious and delicious. We have the Apple trading lower than its previous closing price, under a 10-day moving average, not doing much here except for trading lower. So be careful with that, guys. We have SMH, the ETF Trust Semiconductor, also trading lower than yesterday or than Friday's closing price. So guys, if you're starting to see a correlation here, then we probably will see the dollar moving higher, okay? And as you can see, we do have the dollar moving higher today. So Alex says he entered another SPY short at 402.98. Well, Alex, you know I'm rooting for you. 402.98. Let's just put this up here. 402.98 for you. 402.98. All right, here you are. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if you can hold out. I think we are pretty well below that VWAP area to be taking a short, but you did get a good price. So I do hope to see you holding on to that till we get down to that $400 area. But we will see. We will see what happens here. We'll see if you can make some money. So dollar is pushing up higher, guys, which is discerning. If the dollar correlates to a higher, if it keeps moving higher, that means people are going to be less interested in putting their money in equities, because if your money is making money for itself, then why would you put it in a equity that is losing money, right? So cash is king as the SPY continues to fail. Alex, look at you, printing. You gotta love it. You gotta like seeing the guys in chat kicking butt, taking names. You gotta love it. We love this community. And we are still trading above VWAP somehow for DraftKings. So maybe we did take a very nice pick. I do like it. I do love it. And I want some more of it. JELD, what is going on with this crazy ticker? It looks like we have a decent spread on this. It did bust out above that 8%, but we aren't seeing anything crazy. Excuse me. We are not seeing anything crazy on earnings, guys. Nothing too crazy going on for earnings. So let's go ahead and catch up on chat. Gotta make sure we say our good mornings. Good morning, Joe Biden husband's trader, also known as Heiser. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you in chat. Glad you are here. Let's see. Can you guys see this on the screen? Check it out.
Chewy, brother. We appreciate
you guys see
support.
That is our subscription button. So if anybody smacks that subscription button, that's what will pop out from now on. So if you want to show your support, press that button so we can get that cool little pop-up and that little sound come across the screen for you guys. You know I want to see this. I want to grow this community. You know, if you want to see me over that 200, I almost said the 200 moving average, but we do look at that a lot. We want to be above the 200 moving average if we're taking long-term plays, but we want to see myself and us as a team on YouTube be above that 200 subscription area. Okay, we got 16 of you watching in here. If you haven't hit that sub yet, that's a-okay. I have a red submarine back here that has no correlation to it. So if you do like the red submarine or you do like the red subscription button, you can go ahead and press it. Nobody's going to be mad at you. Nobody's going to look at you funny. Matter of fact, we will congratulate you. So go ahead and do it. It's fun. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and look at MindMed. So I want to come back to MindMed. Why? Because when it was pushing up this morning, and I was a bit concerned about the overall things that were going on, and I just wanted to manage my position. I talked to you guys about that in pre-market, about just managing my position and seeing where the SPY was, because we were diddling in the middle. I stole that from LoFiTrader TV. That's such a good show. I absolutely love watching that. It's on YouTube. Trader Live TV, yeah, really good show, but they talk about diddling in the middle. So why are we diddling in the middle? Well, we got 410 here, we got 400 down here, okay? Those are my marks. So if we open up and we're somewhere in the middle at this 403 to 405, then I don't want to play. I don't know which way the direction's going. I don't see any bounce coming. The only time I see a bounce coming is when we finally get down to this $400 psychological level. When we get down to that level, then guess what I'm doing? I'm looking for longs, okay? If we get up to this 408 area, or even better, this 410 area, then I'm going to be looking for shorts. So I'm going to go where the money's going. And right now, I don't know where that money's going to go. all I see is a market that we can be very aware that it is falling. It is looking lower and lower by the minute, or by the 5 minute, by the way we're on it. So we want to see once it gets out of that $400 area, that's when I'll start looking at things with my bullhorns on. But for right now, I'm a dirty bear, and I'm going to see what happens. ATNM, as we talked about, it bounced up, it reached that patch of liquidity in pre-market, and has been selling off ever since. Now, the last time it touched that patch of liquidity, it sold all the way back down to 678. Will it do that again? Only time will tell. I don't know. I don't have my crystal ball. But if I did, boy, could you imagine the show that we would have. Now that's some good coffee. Guys, I'm so happy that you're here with me. I am just so passionate about stock trading, about doing this, and I'm just happy to have a crowd. So I'm happy you're here with me, guys. I'm happy I can do this for you. So thank you for being here. And if you were one in the pre-market prep, if you were here for pre-market prep, congratulations. You're only bettering yourself. AMAM, a terror, going higher, reaching new highs at $4.83. Guys, we talked about this in pre-market. We talked about this. What did we say? Well, we had a huge push up on volume here and then a sell off. Okay, and then it came back up and it tried to clear out some of that liquidity. Wasn't sure if it cleared it all out yet. Also came back up here, tried to clear out more of that liquidity. What liquidity are we talking about? We're talking about 123 million shares traded back here in December 9th, 2022. That's a lot of shares, guys. That's a lot of shares for the low float stock that this is. So it came back up and then it wicked off. But look, guys, it keeps holding new lower highs. Because it started catching those new lower highs in pre-market, we talked about this. We said, hey, look at this. If it's holding this area and it comes back down to test this area, I'm bullish on this ticker. And now look at this beautiful thing taking off. Now, I could tell you guys left and right until I'm blue in the face, hey, this is what I called out. Hey, that's happening. It's doing what I did. But until I make money off of it, none of that matters, right? But I can at least say, hey, we are on the right track. We are on the right page. This low float ticker, we've seen it. Now, if I start talking again about another ticker that did the same thing, a big push, a big pullback, it kept smacking into its liquidity, clearing out that liquidity area, and then it pushed higher, came back and held, I'm going to remember that, and I'll probably take along on the next time I see something like this. So, we're going to want to keep this in mind. We're going to keep this on our watch tickers because this is exactly what we want to see for next time. Now, if I were in this, taking this higher, I would already be half out of this because of the break of high. I've already seen too many low float tickers push to break the high and then sell off. Okay? So if you're in this ticker and you did take this pre-market with us, what you need to do, guys, is make sure you're taking profit and knowing your stop loss first. All right, so congratulations to anybody that took AMAM. It is looking beautiful. ARBE. This might be one of those runners, guys. So we're going to hold on to this for the next couple days. But remember, it does have earnings. The earnings are coming out on, well, the next month on the 2nd. All right, so Alex, long hold position, not actually long. Right. Yeah, longer holding position. Yeah, you plan on swinging it is what you're trying to say. And it looks like the SPY is coming back up to your buy-in area, Alex. I do hope you know where your stop is because we always want to preach where is our stop loss on this. Because if you know your stop loss and you get stopped out and you say, okay, I was wrong about this trade, you can survive to learn to trade another day. And longevity is key in this. As Chris Renner brought up this morning, he said that, and whether it was a question or it was a statement, I'm going to read it as a statement. He said, time in the markets versus timing the markets, guys. And that's a very, very powerful saying. Time in the markets versus timing the markets. Because instead of trying to time the markets, the best thing for you to do is to hold time in the market. So be here, be in front of it, show up for pre-market prep, know what's going on, know the levels, know where the liquidity's at. Why? So we can protect ourselves and keep kicking butt, extrapolating money in these trades. Speaking of that, let's see how DraftKings is doing. So DraftKings looks like it's breaking back down, trading below that VWAP area, but still above its closing price of 2050 trading at 2089. IVAC, yeah, go ahead. Stop me out of this trade. I'm over it. Break down below this 10-day moving average. I am done with this trade. We've already earned our money from this trade. We've already sold half of our trade out. So we're just hanging out in this trade to make sure we do our due diligence. We do our disciplinary rules that are set for us now. ARBE is getting a small push. It's up there at 706. We'll zoom in on this for you guys to make it a little bit more interesting. So yeah, ARBE is trying to push. It's trying to get to those high of pre-market of the 763-ish area. Let's take a look at ARRY on our right side. ARRY is still trying to hold that uptrend area, looking absolutely gorgeous. AMCX breaking down but trying to find a bid on previous day's VWAP area at 2612. It's currently trading. All right, guys, so let's take a look at some of our other stocks. ATMM, yeah, breaking down, trying to find a bid somewhere. It's going to be very interesting to see if this bounce off of its 21-day moving average is going to hold. So just like the last crazy ticker we talked about, AMAM, this looks like it's doing the same thing. We have a high traded area up here. It pushed up, it sold off. It pushed up, and the pre-market as high as $18, and then it sold all the way off. Now, if this thing can catch a bid here and still prove to us that clearing that liquidity might be able to head higher, then so be it. That's when we will look to finding a trade in this. But we need to see people actually holding on to their shares. Remember, this is a pharmaceutical company, and it looks like earnings is next month on the 24th. So keep that in mind. Guys, look behind me here. I don't do this often, but when I do, I draw it right. That is a submarine, not to be confused with the sub button. We don't care about your money. We care about you earning money and keeping your money safe, but we don't want your money. You'll never see or hear me ever ask of anything of you guys unless it is your love, your support, and smashing that subscription button. Why? Because I want to get to 200 subscribers. It is my goal. I'm a goal-oriented person, and I want to get that, and I want it now. Okay? So, you don't have to give it to me, but let me earn your respect. Let me earn your subscription. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if you don't want to hit subscribe now, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, baby. But we are here to extrapolate money and keep you safe. I want to make sure that you know what type of ticker you're in, what your play is, and where your risk is, guys. So, stay tuned, baby, because we have a beautiful show for you today. We are here until 12, so we are less than 2 hours until we are done with the show. So I hope you are being entertained. ARBE, look at that push up to the high of days. Finding a big old wiki wick on the 5 minute. Is it going to be able to hold and trade sideways, maybe continue higher? Or will this thing fall off the face of the earth? Yeah, Alex, 198 subscribers. Isn't that amazing? We just started this show 2 weeks ago. This is our third week into the show, and we are already up to 198 subscribers. That is not just thanks to me, that is thanks to you. Thank you guys for sharing this channel. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being here every day. I know I have quite a few friends out there that are pushing this channel out to their friends and family, showing their moms, saying, hey, look at this gentleman. He is the people's trader. I'm not the people's trader, but I hope to one day be the people's trader. So ARBE, nice push to start a short. ARBE, nice push to start a short is what Heiser has said. Mikey Investing took a short at 754 on ARBE. Mikey, if that's the Mikey I love and know, it's good to have you in here. Mikey is an awesome short seller. So if you guys are taking ARBE, it's because you're using the highs of pre-market and the liquidity that just came in. So that big discerning push into this high of pre-market is going to have follow through with sell off. So it looks like that's why these gentlemen here are taking this short. If I'm seeing something or you're seeing something that I'm not, please let me know. Mikey, it is awesome to have you in here. It is awesome. Thank you so much for stopping in. And Mikey, I love your charts, brother. I watch Mikey on his charts constantly. If you're the Mikey I'm thinking of, on Twitter, guys, I follow Mikey. He posts all the amazing short charts that he has. I've been learning from him for a while. Tyler, sup Dave, how have you been? So is this Tyler Pridemore or is this Tyler from the my wife from Savannah's Tyler? Let me know which Tyler you are. If this is Tyler, my jiu-jitsu buddy, brother, we need to have a roll really soon. It's been way too long since you kicked my own butt. Mikey says good or great commentary today. Listen, Mikey, that means more to me than you know. This is my passion. I love commentating for the stock market. I love trading for the stock market, and I love being here for you guys to give you the technical analysis you need to help keep you guys safe. So if you're shorting ARBE, we're going to keep that up on the left side. We're going to keep an eye on ARBE so that way we can all learn from these great short sellers. Both Heiser and Mikey are kicking butt when it comes to selling, and I can learn just as well as the rest of you. So let's take a look at some of the trades that we are in. We are in 4 trades, and we're going to go over them really quick. DraftKings, of course, DraftKings got to pull back. It's got to keep playing games with my heart, just like a Backstreet Boys song, guys. So we will come back and look at DraftKings again soon. We have set our stop at that base, IVAC. It looks like right now is when it's going to test that 10-day moving average. If it breaks that, so be it. I don't even want to be in this trade anymore. Guys, we have made our money on IVAC after the 3rd day. We took half of our profits, and then it pushed higher. Now, if this thing wants to stop me out at that 10-day break, that's A-okay with me. I will take that trade as a win. We will go buy our coffee. But what do we learn? We need to be in quicker moving tickers. Why? Because that bores the crap out of me. So we will keep on keeping on. ARRY. It looks like it wants to break this downtrendward line. We are going to try and give it till the end of the day to see what's going on. But if we break through this too much and it gets too far from my original cancel and buy-in trend trading plan on these cup and handles, and guess what? Deleted. We will keep on carrying on, and we will look for another trade because my money is going to go where it can make money, not where it's going to trade sideways, okay? So, AMCX, yes, it is trading closer now to where I originally bought it in. Will this break us out for a small loss, or will this continue higher? We have enough leeway to give it room to move. We will see what happens. We're not going to be hindsight Henrys. ARBE still playing around in that 706 area. Let's see a huge flush for these boys in the comments. We want to see that huge flush for us. Let's just go ahead and take a look at MindMed. MindMed, look at this big push down. Good thing we didn't take this, guys. And that's what I'm starting to see a lot of these breakout trades is I just do not care for them. I'm kind of the guy who wants to be in the money right away, and after a breakout doesn't work, I would have to get out of it right away because I don't like hanging on to stocks that are just lingering like a fart. So what else we got going on? Let's start with ATNM. That did find a bid at that $13 area, so this thing might hang on and keep on carrying on. STM trading at 448.06. Of course, guys, if this can hold and trade sideways, catching a moving average and breaking these tops, this might be a nice little cup and handle pattern, okay? So we will see. We will see. ATKR. The reason why I was looking at ATKR because of this big push up and it held and squatted on this 10-day moving average. So if this were to take a small breakout, I was looking for a buy-in. But this would have been a longer term trade. It only trades 3.6%. It's not that big of a deal. That's probably something I won't have my watch list for very much longer. INTA. Let's make sure we have our ticker ARBE over here on the right-hand side so we can make sure we know what's going on with this silly thing. And then we will be running through our indices very quick. So if you're here for the indices, we will be going over the indices. If there are any other tickers that I have not brought up or that you are watching, bring them up. I can do my best to give you my take because you know I am a bear with horns, guys. I'm a bear with horns. I love to short, born in a bear market, but I'm always rooting for your accounts. So if you have a Roth IRA or a 401k, guess what? I want to see you make money because I want to make money too. We bring up long-term, short-term, and swing trading investments ideas in this constantly, guys. So Riot, what was I looking for Riot? Well, Bitcoin's looking like it's doing well. So I want to see Riot hold off in this area. I want to see Riot find a bid, keep on this upward trend line, and move higher. So some people do like to know what's going on with Bitcoin. So what do? I got Bitcoin up for you guys. Check that out. So if we just take a quick look at Bitcoin, we know we're in a very pivotal area. If Bitcoin, and I'm only going to look at Bitcoin on the daily, that's all you'll ever see me looking at on it, because I want to know what the overall move of Bitcoin is before I take a factor in a miner like Riot. Riot is a Bitcoin miner, okay? So now Bitcoin is trading at this area. It broke down, but it caught a bid and is trading higher. Now it's trading at this area. If it breaks out, I think we can move up to this 567. If it breaks down, we might head all the way back down here. I don't know. Okay, so Bitcoin's in a pivotal situation here. So always keeping an eye on that Bitcoin, because I do like Riot for a long. So we're gonna keep an eye on it. Thomas Droder's in the building, baby. What's going on, Thomas? Always make money. That is the key. We always want to make money. It doesn't matter if you're bullish or biased. Are you making money? Can you please look at iLag? Darn tootin', I can look at iLag. Let's keep a little peachy trade over here on RBE, ARBE on the right-hand side for our low float shorters, and we will look at iLag over here on the left side for our good friend Alex C. Oh, not Alex, I'm sorry, SSIM. So SSIM, right off the get, I gotta tell you, when I bring this up, I'm seeing a brand new IPO that sold off hard, and anytime it gave a little push in liquidity here, it sold right back off, okay? So even if I mark these like liquidity pushes here and here, you'll notice that we're nowhere near that trading area, okay? This hasn't even been open long enough to have a 200-day moving average. So when I open this up, I see it barcoding on the 5-minute, and I see it constantly trading lower with a lot of gap and craps. So I wouldn't touch iLag with a 10-foot pole. This is definitely something that really needs a long time to start showing A, proof of concept, and B, liquidity. So I won't be touching iLag, and I won't be looking at iLag. But I do appreciate you bringing that up. If there's any way we can help understand SSIM, why you thought iLag would be a ticker that you would want to watch, let me know. Maybe we can change the way you think a little bit to look at something that has a little bit more liquidity. The first thing I would say is if you have a gapper scanner or anything like that, you want to see something that's moving fast with a lot of liquidity, SSIM, okay? So any other questions about any other ticker, don't be afraid to put them in there, but we're going to try and get you looking at something that's more liquid, okay? Not something that's barcoding like this. So if you have it on the 5-minute, it shouldn't look like this, okay? It should look more like this ARBE, okay? Take a look at those and maybe that'll help you. So let's go ahead and catch up on the chat. Got to keep up with the chat, y'all. Y'all are ripping. So if VIX can break off to 2280, we can see big movement in SPY. And I got to agree. We know when the VIX is trading down here, we know it's not going to be a high liquidity area. But if we do look at the VIX on the daily, we have a big gap up here, guys. We have a big gap up. And that is, depending on how you look at it, it can be good news, it can be bad news. But if we look at the SPY, and if it's trading lower, okay, if it's heading like it's going down, and the VIX starts ramping up, we might see a big push in either direction. So Mikey Investing says, ARBE holding $7. We'll get out above 761. So guys, that's exactly what I want to hear on this show. If you're going to be in a ticker, where is your stop? So Mikey says he's holding at 7, okay? So he bought in right here in this area, okay? And he is shorting this, okay? And he will get out at 761. Why 761? Well, look at this, guys. 761 is where the main area of supply is. He's saying if supply gets exhausted, then so will he, okay? He's going to get out if there's no more selling pressure. So he's in at 7, risking 760, looking for a move lower, okay? And if I know Mikey, he's going to wait until he sees a big sell-off in that liquidity, a big push down, he'll get some out, okay? And he might add into a small pop if it's still looking weak. But the main play here would be short, hold. Any big bouts of sell-off, you take out some, and then you hold the rest to try and sell off throughout the rest of the day. Mikey, thank you so much for letting us know where your stop out is. That's extremely important. And guys, you should check out Mikey on Twitter. Maybe I can bring this up real quick. I'll show you his Twitter if I can do it fast enough. Oh, and there's a few other things that I really need to bring up to you guys. There's a few other things I really need to bring up. So if you guys don't know, Marty Chargin, okay? Marty Chargin is a CanSlim investor who uses, you know, IBM, or he's like those like-minded investors. And oh my gosh, guys, you got to see this. I mean, like, I've reached out to so many people. You guys got to see this. This is why this trading, it's why our community is going to grow, guys, because it doesn't matter who you are. I'm going to reach out to you, and I'm going to let you know, hey, we're doing this. We're trying to build a community. These are some of my favorite guys. And look at this, Trader TV Sean. Trader TV Sean reached back out and said, love the haircut. Okay, so I sent him this, looking great, keep on going, love the haircut. You know, I absolutely love this guy. He is the people's trader. He is the true people's trader. He coined it himself, or the people coined it himself for him. So, you know, I can't take that name, but I tell you, I am so pumped. There's also been Marty Chargin. Marty Chargin has subscribed. He said we're doing an awesome job. Now, guys, be careful on that ARBE. We are getting a push. It's sitting at $7.30 right now. We always need to revert to the mean. We know where our stop out is, and it looks like that stop out is right at those highs. It's $7.60. It did not hit $7.61 like Mikey was saying, okay? Mikey said $7.61 is his area to get out. So is he out yet? Absolutely not. He's got it set, and he will get out when the time comes. So we're going to go ahead and look up Mikey. Mikey, where are you? You're always changing your pictures, dude. I don't see you on here. But if we find Mikey, we're going to throw him up on the chat board so that way you guys can give him a nice little follow. I am LoFiTrader. That is my Twitter handle right there, Rear Naked Trader. Okay, if you guys don't know why I'm Rear Naked Trader, it's very, very obvious. I love jiu-jitsu, but not nearly as much as I love the stock market. That's why I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed, and trying to keep you have a better understanding of that risk analysis, that stock. Wow, I'm going all over. ABRE holding 7. Yes, I shorted at 754, risking 761, but is holding 7. Good for longs, but hoping for a flush. Yes, and we say hope respectfully, guys. We say hope respectfully. And I hate when people say, oh, you can't say hope. You can't say hope. Well, if you don't have hope, then you ain't got nothing. If you're in it and you know your risk, you can use whatever dang word you want. So I hope it fails just as well as you do. But like you said, it is holding that psychological $7 area. It is looking strong for the bulls, but that's why we have our risk in mind. We don't know until our risk gets hit whether we were right or whether we were wrong. Currently, we are trading sideways and we don't know. Is SPY going to hold this area at 401.57 and push higher? It does not look like it wants to. It's looking weak in this area. I could be wildly wrong. This thing could take off and go skyrocket. You guys, this is awesome. I do appreciate all the commentary in the chat. I appreciate all the love and support. Guys, where are we at on subscribers? If we take a peeky gander, it looks like we're at 199. Guys, who is going to be the 200th subscriber? Now, if I look up anything on YouTube, if I know of anything, I know for a fact that 200 subscribe era is a psychological level just like on Tesla, guys. If we look at Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla, okay? Tesla has a psychological level of $200, okay? It looks like it couldn't even make it down there. But this psychological level of $200, we have seen it bounce off of. We have played off of. And now we also have a psychological level of 199 on the subscriber count. Who's going to be that 200? Let's see it, baby. I want to do it right here, right now. Let me know if you hit that subscribe so that way we know who is our 200th subscriber for LoFiTrader. Now, if you held on, Mikey, which I know you are a disciplined trader and you have, that ARBE has a nice little flush to the downside, now trading at 702. Can it break that psychological $7 area and then break lower below VWAP? I would love to see it. You would love to see it. So let's keep our eyes peeled. In the meantime, let's go over. Well, actually, I want to check out AMAM. Look at AMAM, guys. Shoot, wait, brother. We talked about this in pre-market, about how it was holding this area, how every time it would come up to test that liquidity, it just ate through that liquidity and pulled back and kept making new higher lows. Now it's third time testing this liquidity. It finds no demand and heads higher on supply. Breaking out, I said, guys, if you're above this $3 area, we were trading the 4, I said, take some profit. Take some profit if you're in this trade. And now look, it's traded all the way back up, or not back up to $5.50. And now we are back down to $4.87. Congratulations if you were in this trade. Looking absolutely scrumptious. If this was edible, I would have taken a bite. Delicious. ARBE, my friends, are an ARBE, and it is trading at $7. Can we get that flush, that psychological flush of $7 through VWAP and head lower so we can print some money? We shall see. In the meantime, we will keep on keeping on. Let's look at the Russell. The Russell, the small cap Russell 2000, just taking a big old duty, trying to hold off on this 30-day moving average. This duty poo we might not recover from, but we shall see. Where is the next stop on the Russell? Would be 186.88. in that area. I like to talk more like 187, 187.50. We try to talk in the 50-cent increments here. Okay, guys? Why? Because they're psychological levels. You're not going to see me trading 5 cents or 10 cents. We're going to keep those psychological levels, and we are going to try and hit 200 subscribers. So Netflix is up. Netflix, baby, looking like it's trying to find a bid in those areas, but overall looking pretty discerning with the rest of the market. So I need a quick coffee break. And as you guys know, these coffee breaks last about a whole 5 seconds. So you take a deep breath, I'll try and take a deep breath, but also slugging down some black coffee so I can be up, alert, and ready for the next trade. Oh yeah, now that's a good sip Shawana. Whew. All right, come on, ARBE. Let's break down for Daddy. Microsoft still heading lower, trying to find a bid here at this 253.50. We will see if it wants to give us a little something. What is at that 253.50? Well, you guessed it, the 200-day moving average. That 200-day moving average on Microsoft is looking like it wants to hold. Will it hold? I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know. I'm just the guy who's making the trades, who's doing the commentary, who's doing his thing. Guys, if you want to do your thing, please join me every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. We'll let you do your thing. ARBE is trying to do its thing as well. So if you guys are still here with me, we are watching ARBE for a short. I'm not saying now's the time to get in. The time to get in was right here, this reddish area, or just above it when you started seeing the Wiki Wicks. Once you start seeing the Wiki Wicks, we're starting to see some demand. Some supply sell-off, right? So if we are starting to see the supply and we are starting to head lower, then let's go make some more money. Let's go over our trades really quick, guys. DraftKings looks like it's bouncing off the area that we had bought it in. Are we going to head higher? Can we keep printing money? I don't know. I like coffee, so let's hope so. And when I say hope, I say it respectfully. IVAC still heading down, but still making us money. ARRY, are we going to see that bounce, or am I going to have to sell ARRY? We will see very soon. AMCX, well, AMCX looks like at this 25.50, wanting to buy. People are finding a bid. Will it hold? Only time will tell. It's still early in this market. Now let's go back and take a look at SPY, and then we will bring up our ARBE on this right side one more time so we can see that flush. We can call it out first so we can be exciting and fresh and hot with all those young guys who are just taking all those hot tickers, man. You guys are so fast, I can't keep up with you. GNS, beautiful. About time somebody brings up GNS. As we're flushing on the SPY, GNS finally gets a nice little flush too. It does have a big old Wiki Wickerson on the 5-minute, but can we see an even larger flush for GNS? And it looks like the next supply area is that $5 area. So we are going to see this thing pull back, hopefully for my friends, to this psychological area of $5. So congratulations, Heiser, on holding out on GNS. He's been in this trade for quite a few days. If I remember, he's been in for over a week now. Correct me if I'm wrong. ARBE still playing around above VWAP in that psychological $7 area. what's going to happen, guys? We will be here first to let you know. Now let's look at SECO. I was watching SECO in pre-market, if you guys remember, because it was holding that $10 10-day moving average. And if it were to break out in this area, I was going to like that for a long, but no. It's got its own plans. So MindMed, same thing. Nice little push up higher, trapping some of that liquidity. And we could have been trapped with it. Using this as our stop, we would have already been stopped off. So good thing we held off on these breakouts. So we're going to have extra intuition on these breakouts to have better deciding factors of what's going to lead us into these plays. So even if it's going back, reviewing everything that we've ever taken on these breakout trades, because I save every single trade as we backtest, and we figure out what are we doing wrong? How can we lose less money, or should we even trade these silly breakout trades at all? Are we in the market for it, or are we not? And that's something we need to know, we need to understand. ARBE now trading at 706, still lingering like a smelly fart. We need to let this thing out. Air the covers out. Air the covers out. Let that thing go. We want to see that thing break down to the base and never come back. Tesla trading sideways, still holding this area. Absolutely interesting. It did not break down to that psychological $200 area. It's just trading sideways, trying to form new lower highs. Which way is this thing going to go? Nobody knows until it happens. And then when it happens and you start, now you're a hindsight Henry. So we're going to try and do this every minute by minute. We're going to try and make sure that we keep you guys up to date on what's going on with every single ticker out there at every single moment. Is that even possible? Well, we can at least try, right? So we are down to 401.89 on the SPY. We are going to hit this 400. It looks like it, guys. Market's looking very weak. What's going to happen when we hit this 400? Are we going to see a nice bounce like I'm expecting, or are we going to head lower? Nice bounce, head lower. Nice bounce, head lower. Who knows? Maybe we get the nice bounce and then we head lower. You know I am a bear with horns, baby. I want to see the market go higher, but I was born in a bear market and we like to short. And ARBE, as I speak, breaks down past VWAP, trading at 679, looking absolutely beautiful if you're on the short side. So congratulations, gentlemen. It looks like your trade is heading in the right direction. And Mikey, I've always wanted to learn from you, brother. Always wanted to learn from you. And it looks like I can do it live right here on my very own show. So what I like to do, guys, is at the end of the day, I will go to my Twitter and I will look at what other people have done. Okay, I never take a bias into that. I always just look at what they did and I try to learn from their mistakes or their winnings. I have learned a lot from Mikey, just watching how he plays. It's almost like this man will short anything. Now, I know he has a criteria, so I don't want to talk out of his book, but when I hop on there, all the tickers that I go, not good enough, Mikey will take a short on, and he usually extrapolates a little bit of money every single day. So, Mikey, it's good to see you making money right here in front of me, right now, taking trades that I was a little too wishy-washy over. So help me feel a little bit more comfortable in these shorts, because I will soon enough be taking these with you, brother. Right now, we're focused more on the long side, guys. Mikey is a short trader. He is doing his thing, and we are doing ours, but we're forming a community so we all can learn from each other. So on top of that, when Mikey shorts, I'm looking back here and I'm looking at what are his discerning factors. Is there major bouts of liquidity? And it looks like there was. Right here, we had a nice area, but not enough for me to get involved. So that is still breaking down at 673. Very nice flush. Nice flush, covered some on ARBE. Yes, Mikey has covered some on this flush. You see, just like we were talking, guys, when you see these flushes, when you see a big candle on a 5-minute stick, or even on a 1-minute or a 2-minute, depending on how you trade, when you see a big liquidity flush like this, okay, breaking a key area, VWAP, you want to take some money. If you're going to leave your money sit, well, this thing could rip, and then you never took profits. Just like I take on my earnings catalysts, guys. That's why on the third day of DraftKings, we will be taking money out. No matter where this sits, we'll be taking half, okay? If we are up $100 on this, we'll be taking half. If we are down $2 on this, we'll still be taking half. You always want to take profits when profits are there. So Great job. We're going to bring it back up here, and hopefully we see an even bigger flush. We want this thing to go to 0 while you're in it. Mikey and Heiser, we want to see it go to 0. Let's take a look at our friend GNS and see how that's doing. It looks like GNS did have that big flush here. It's pushing back up. It's trying to get back up to VWAP. We're going to see what happens, but it's losing a lot of its liquidity here, guys. If you're losing liquidity, that just means there's no more buyers here to buy up these sell-offs. So it almost looks like this has the opportunity to head even lower. SPY finally finding a bid down here at 401.53. Okay, so this thing might be able to hold this area, trade sideways, and then continue higher. But you know I'm just biased in the bull area because I want to see this do better. But we know this $400 psychological area is down here waiting with liquidity, waiting to get bought up. So we'll see how that works out. David Lee says CMMB. Let's take a look at CMMB on this left side here and see what's going on with it. CMMB did pop up on my gap up scanner. It is up here. It is up 32.76% right now, showing a lot of liquidity rushing in here. Okay, guys, so let's just take a look and see what's going on with this ticker. So if I look back here on previous days, it's got 23 million shares traded on Chemobob Therapeutics. So I'm just going to mark this $4.50 area here. Now, we're only trading at $2.57, but I marked that out so we know where its key level of resistance is. You know there's going to be a bunch of bag holders back there. Now we get this push up in pre-market, and it looks like it's pushing up in pre-market again. Now, we got this big wick off with this bout of liquidity right here, okay? We got over 1 million shares traded. Let's see what's actually going on with this ticker. So when I say let's see what's going on with this ticker, we'll bring up the short interest first. So let's see how many people are short CMMB. If we bring it up, we have no information on CMMB. We'll just double check, make sure I didn't do something silly. Yeah, so we do have, let's see here, only 1.35% of the float on this, okay? So let's check the float. Let's see how big this company is and how it moves. So if we look up the float, we know how this company moves. It's a 10 million float, meaning this thing has the potential to rip your face off. Plus, the average move expectancy on the daily would be 6.9%. Yes, 6.9%. Okay, no jokes here, guys. It can move like that. So where is this thing going to head? Well, when I see a ticker like this with a sign of gap and crap, I imagine this thing's going to gap as it has and crap back down. Now, will this thing head higher? It has the opportunity to, because we haven't hit a huge level of liquidity. Okay, we're above this big liquidity area right here. And we have up until at least, it looks like $3.30 to move before we're going to sell off. Now, if we can get to $4.50, that would be the ideal short sell for myself. Just looking at that play. Yep, GNS looked like it had a nice little push. It looks like that's its final push. It might head lower, but I could be wildly wrong. But let's just go back to ARBE, just to double check. So CMMB, yes, it is moving, but no, I'm not seeing a play in this thing just yet. So personally, I would have to wait a little while to see what's going on. So let's see what Mikey has to say about it. And he has CMMB, I want a push near pre-market highs. Yeah, so almost like you did with ARBE, it looks like here with ARBE, you have these pre-market highs, you had a push up into it, and then a big wiki right here, and it looks like that's where you took your short at that 723. So Mikey's saying again, if he were to play CMMB, he would wait for a nice little push up into the highs here, probably risking somewhere in those highs of $2.95, or waiting for the market to show its hand, meaning it'll push up, and you'll see a big wick here, and then you can use the high of the day in order to use that for a short. So this could be considered a short, or like Mikey's saying, a higher push closer to this $3, the psychological $3 area for a short. So we will definitely keep an eye on CMMB. And David, thank you for returning. Thank you for commenting. And thank you for also bringing CMMB to our attention. I want to go back to AMAM one more time, guys. So AMAM is looking very wicky at this top on the 5-minute. What's going to happen here, guys? We don't know. It could either maintain some of its push trade sideways in order for it to continue to run, or we could have a nice little sell-off here and we could continue to head lower and lower. That is not for me to know. It is for us to find out, because I don't have anything up here that actually wants to push lower. So we'll have to see how this one shapes up, because this might be a multi-day runner. Dave says, good to be here. Dave, the only thing I'm going to harp on you about, brother, is I want to see you here for pre-market prep. So if you were here for pre-market prep and I didn't see you, well, next time you better say hi, brother, so I don't give you crap every time you show up after market open. So this is cheers. Cheers to Dave. Thank you for being here, brother. ARBE looks like it's shaping up just below that VWAP area. So this can be concerning to me, and this is why Mikey took a chunk out on this fail, okay? On this liquidity push, this liquidity sell-off, or this flush as people like to call it. That's why he took some out, because now he's not sweating this trade. He can set his trade to break even if he wanted to. Now he usually isn't going to do that, but he could, and then it would be a no sweat trade, right? Then this thing would continue down lower, and then what? Print more money, right? And if not, and it comes up and stops him out, he's already clean of it. He's already got greens in his pocket, and he doesn't have to worry about this trade anymore, okay? So keep in mind, guys, if you're not already shorting this trade, guess what? You're not in a good time to short this trade, okay? You're not in a good time to long this trade either. I could be wildly wrong on all of my acquisitions that I'm making right now, or all of my interpretations through technical analysis. I would not take the trades that I'm trading. I could be wildly wrong about everything I'm saying. I broke my crystal ball, so that's not going to work today. Let's see, Alex C. Alex C, as you guys know, he was on SPY puts. Let's see, he says, went close to break even on the SPY puts. Interesting area now. Now, the thing that I don't like about doing any form of options is the time decay. Alex, what kind of puts are you using? Is there a lot of time decay on these? Because that's what kills me, man. That's what kills me. We think it's going to make it to 400, so you take a put, but then it takes 3 days to get to 400, and now you're losing money, you know? So how are you taking these? Let me know in the comments. Mikey says, if ARBE holds below VWAP, stop will be moved to break even. And you know, that is great. And it is holding this VWAP area, and that's why I was thinking, if it's holding there, it might push. It might go right back up and just blow through everything, because we know these VWAP areas can be very powerful. There's a lot of traders that I know that like playing bounces off these VWAP areas. So, guys, pay attention, learn, take notes, rewind this. We got awesome traders in here watching. I am honored to have some of the traders that are in here watching this commentary, and I am just honored all of you in here right now. So I just got to do my quick spiel, and I'll make it quick. Take a look at this submarine. Ah, yes, the submarine. It is red. It does look a lot like the subscription button, but it has zero correlation. So if you're here now watching with us, we have 24 of you. Thank you for all the love and support, but we need you to hit that subscription button so we can keep on keeping on. Also, I will never, ever ask of anything of you except for what I just did. I ask for your love, I ask for your support, and I ask for your subscription, okay? You'll never ask me, you never hear me asking you for money. Okay, I only ask for your time, and then if you're here, you're putting in the work to learn, and that you show up to pre-market prep, because that is where the money is really made, guys. So if you like what I do, if I'm bringing you any value to your life, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and let me know what you are watching so I can be the best commentator you've ever had on this stock market. Ladies and gentlemen, ARBE is now starting to head up back towards that psychological $7 area. Does it smack into that liquidity area and sell off even further? Possibly. Or could it keep trading sideways, push through, and head higher on a huge banquet of liquidity? Those are all options that are in the wheel, so please know your risk, know where that Rari is, so we can keep trading the very next day. Now, we're going to run through the indices to see how we are doing. We are at we got 15 minutes till 11 o'clock, guys. 15 minutes. So what exactly are we looking at? Do we have a direction yet? That is probably the best question. Guys, I'm telling you, as I'm talking right now, I'm taking everything that I sent out to all the people on Twitter, and I'm getting all that love and all that feedback back. I cannot stop thinking about the People's Trader himself on Trader TV Live, guys, said that he loves the show. He said, keep on keeping on. You're doing good work. That's why I'm here, guys. I love it. I absolutely love it. And the fact that one of my heroes, one of the guys that I look up to said that same thing, has got me amped up today. If I'm not already amped up and passionate every day, I have an even bigger reason to do it. So, guys, thank you so much for being here. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy I have an audience to do this for. So, back to the market. We're going to run through these indices, and we're going to see what is standing. What is still standing? We got how many pins and how many are still standing. So we know the SPY is trading at its lows, well below its closing price on Friday. The Russell took a huge downturn here, guys. We were following this 21-day moving average. It had a nice uptrend, and now it's down to its 30-day moving average, and we are looking to trade lower. If it keeps continuing lower, our next line in the sand is that 187.50. So are we going to hit that? Who knows? But next up is Netflix, guys. Netflix looking like garbage doo-doo booty. Although it is looking like it's finding a bid and trading above this VWAP area, that might just be further signal for sell-off. So let's keep on keeping on. Microsoft, goodness gracious, Microsoft falling off the face of the earth. If it breaks this $200 moving average, yucky poo-poo. We do not want to be in a stock trading below its 200-day moving average, and a lot of long-term investors are going to see this. And guys, this is looking more and more like a bear market rally. It looks like we are wanting to head lower. The line in the sand on the SPY is what? Is that $400 area. So, guys, I'm a bear with bull horns. I'm hoping for a positive market, but you know, being born in a bear market and coming into this, seeing everybody getting sold off left and right, and obviously being backed by, oh, we got one more subscriber, Alex? Hang on, let me refresh this, guys. Are we at 200? Are we really at 200? No, we're still at 199 on my end. If we're at 200, let me know. But I'm seeing on my end, we're at 199, guys. 199. So we want to... Heiser, you just now subscribed, you turd? Come on. Come on, Heiser. Anyway, guys, let's go back to the market. We want to stay focused here on Amazon, which is trading, first of all, below that $100, psychological $100 area, and well below its $200 moving average. Okay, guys? When it's trading below those areas, my swing trading is off. I'm not going to look at these things for swinging higher in any relative shape or form. Mikey says, I want lower for overall market. I have a lot of cash still standing on the sidelines. Mikey, I am with you. I am with you on that one. I have plenty of cash that I'm sitting on. I'm taking small trades in the meantime. As you guys seen me, I am in small trades like DraftKings, which is heading back down to my original buying area. ARRY actually bouncing off, looking a lot stronger than the overall market here, guys. So I'm glad we checked this, but now it's back up to that VWAP. How is it going to act? But yeah, I mean, we've played a lot of tickers. We're going to get out of IVAC, guys, now. Why? Because it's trading below that 10-day moving average, and this huge sell-off I don't care for. We can wait till the end of the day, but I've been dying to get out of the stock. So we're selling this market. We're going to keep our little 62 cents that we still have left up in this trade. So that is part of our breakout strategy, and that's why we're taking small share size so we can back test this, figure out if these breakout strategies are working for me and if it's working in the market that we're in. And I can tell you guys, just from taking these, I think we're about break even, but the way that these trade, I don't really care for these. I don't care for these breakout plays. Okay, now back to ARBE. It is trading lower. It's still above its VWAP area at 687, guys. So keep that in mind. So yeah, I'm excited at a good point to buy the SPY. Is showing very weak movements at 401.50. Anyone hold, and my risk is just increasing. Yeah. So Alex is obviously showing his bear paws when he talks about the overall market, which he's got very, very good reasons to, guys. As we speak, Amazon really heading lower, pushing down to that 74.60. Now, I'm sure if we go back to the SPY, we're also going to see that thing pushing lower. Why? Because Amazon is pretty well heavily weighted in there. So is Apple. So is Meta. So is Nvidia. So if we look at these, yeah, guys, we're going to see these things starting to head lower. So like we talked about earlier, Meta did look like a sell-off there, and it looked like that was a great area to sell off in. NVIDIA, same thing. We had a big sell-off, and now it's trying to base out on that 21-day moving average and is pushing higher relative over the rest of the market. Bouncing off that VWAP, though, so it could be heading lower. Tesla, Uncle Tesla. We had a nice push off this morning, and Tesla has been very bullish in the overall sentiment of the market. As the market was heading lower, it looked like the overall sentiment showed that the market wanted to head higher because of Tesla. I think Tesla was holding up the cues and everything for a while, but Tesla's just trading sideways now, but below its closing on Friday. Okay, so guys, keep in mind, if you're looking for Tesla to come down, I am too. I'm waiting for this thing to hit that $200, the psychological $200 area to see if it wants to bounce from there. But overall, it's looking kind of weak, guys. So Google with an L. Wow, Google, big sell-off here, trading even lower, not holding those new higher lows, trading at 92.24. The overall market looking like complete hot doo-doo garbage, and you guys, I don't like having to say it, but it looks like that 400, like we talked about in pre-market, is going to prevail. It looks like it's heading towards that area. Goodness gracious, I'm glad you guys are here with me today to see this happening, guys. I like to see it. I like the movement, but we obviously would like to see our accounts gaining money rather than losing money in the 401k department. But we know we got some heavy short sellers in here trading around $6.80, $6.79 on ARBE. Is it going to hold this VWAP, or are we going to see another flush? It really looks like the liquidity is starting to dry up now, guys. How am I seeing that? Well, let me blow this up for you just to take a little peeky gander, okay? Now in the morning, this morning, we were trading quite a bit of liquidity. This thing moves around 9.1% in the average daily range. Now, after all this liquidity and we started seeing big sell-off in that pre-market high, we continue here and we start to see even more sell-off. We had this push, but then right after, boom, more sell-off, okay? Then we had liquidity drying up with more sell-off. Now liquidity's drying up. What am I expecting? More sell-off. I could be wildly wrong, so do not take any trades because of what I said or what I haven't said, guys, but I'm just calling it as I see it. Liquidity's drying up, and every time we see a push and liquidity dry up, with a push and liquidity dry up, we keep seeing this head lower. Now, if this thing continues to trade sideways on VWAP, it makes it look like an argument for the bull side. So keep in mind on both sides, on both sides, guys, I'm going to be that bear that's wearing horns because I want to keep everyone safe and have an understanding and a discerning factor of which way the market might go. Okay? So let's go back to the Russell and see if the Russell is going to do anything to hold out on this 30-day moving average, because it just sold off hard after holding for a whole week at these lows of 191. Now we're going to see what it wants to do. So as it heads lower, we're going to keep our eye on it. So I want to move back through some of the stocks we were looking at through this morning. ATNM, okay, this thing really needs to hold this 21-day moving average, or I'm taking it off the watch list almost immediately. STM also doing the same thing. Beautiful pullback, riding on that 21-day moving average. We're going to see if it wants to respect it like it did its 10 earlier. ATKR, now we were looking at this because it was squatting on that 10-day moving average. Now it's breaking, so I don't really care for it. INTA doing the same thing. We're going to see if it wants to hold out on this 10-day moving average. Now, why am I looking at Riot? Couple of reasons, but mainly because of Bitcoin. Bitcoin wants to hold out on this area. Bitcoin hasn't moved much today, and we only look at it on the daily. But with this big cup here and it creating this handle, we're going to keep an eye on it, because I think if Bitcoin wants to move off this base, I think it has a great opportunity to move higher. I don't know what Bitcoin's going to do, but I'm going to be here when it does it, okay? So let's see, CMMB, nice fail. Hope someone caught it. So let's go take a peeky gander at CMMB. And it does look like it had a nice fail. We were talking about this earlier on the 5-minute, that we started to see some wicks here on the 5-minute, and that this could be a place where it starts to fail. But as Mikey was talking about, and as I had to agree, that we wanted to get a little closer to this pre-market high, because that would set our risk reward off on a better foot because we're always talking about risk. So if you've seen these wicks, you had to use this 269 area as risk or 270. Now, I much rather have a psychological area of a $2.50 or a $3, but it being in this area, you can't really do that. Now, if it pushed higher, we could probably use that $3 area because it's only a little bit higher than the pre-market, and that would be a great psychological risk. But if you caught it early and you're in it, Mikey says, congratulations. I say congratulations, but he hopes somebody's in it. Now, let's go ahead and keep an eye on the overall SPY. We have ARBE over here on the right side. We're waiting for it to frail. We hope it's frail. We hope it's frail and it can't stand on its little limbs anymore, and this thing just falls to the downside. So keep that in mind, guys. Hey, and there are 20 of you watching in here, and we only have 1 hour left in this show. Okay, guys? So I don't know what you're doing here unless you are a like-minded trader and you are here for the stock analysis, for the commentary, or maybe me watching me take live trades. If you want to learn from someone, you can learn from me. You can learn from Mikey. You can learn from Alex. There's plenty in this community that we can all learn. We can all abstract a little bit of money, learning from each other, learning from some of the best traders around, guys. So if you want to be a part of this like-minded community, hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 200 subscribers, and guess what? We only need 1 more. It's not asking too much. Just be careful when you smash that subscribe button. I got a brand new phone, guys. Brand new phone. Trust me, I am not happy that I had to buy the brand new phone, but I'm happy I have it. So now when I smash that button down, and I love to smash that button down, it's on a nice clean screen and I don't have to cut my thumb up anymore. ARBE looks like it's holding that area, trying to push higher. Be very careful, guys. We're still trading around that $7 area above VWAP currently. As we speak, SPY breaking new lows. It's trading at 401.41, guys. That is looking absolutely disturbing, except for the simple fact of, we talked about this in pre-market, right? This is not caught us off guard, guys. This is not catching us off guard. Unless you weren't here for pre-market, which if I'm looking with the amount of viewers that are here now, that I'm guaranteed a lot of you are not here for pre-market. Well, that's A-okay because we repeat ourselves, guys, but I want to see you here for pre-market anyway. This psychological level of $400. Look it on the daily. Why is it a psychological level? Because it's 400. You hear it all the time. People say, I'm OCD. I'm OCD. Well, guess what? I don't think you're OCD. I think you just like psychological levels, okay? Nobody likes putting $4.01 of gas in their thing. That doesn't make you OCD. That just makes you like having specific criteria. And that's why a lot of people trade. So whether you're OCD or whether you're ABC, take a look at this psychological level. When it comes down to this 400, it's going to bounce off of it. At least that's what I am expecting, okay? I could be wildly wrong. This thing could just sell off and go straight to zero. If it does, you'll see it here first. Other than that, I'm looking for this to have a continual sell-off, like we talked about in pre-market, where it's going to bounce off this psychological 400 area. We have history of it, and we have 4 with 2 zeros, guys. So it is very important. I love to see it. I want to watch it. And good thing we're not being taken by surprise. ARBE starting to coil here, guys. I don't like this for a short. But again, the short is not there anymore. This was the short area. If you're in it to win it, hold on to your shorts, but make sure you're taking profit on the way down, guys. There's 23 of you in here. Goodness gracious, what did I do to be so blessed? I love it. Thank you for being here. Most appreciated. IWM still, it looks like it's trying to catch a bid at that 189 area. It's trading at 189.13 right now, as to where Netflix is also trying to catch a bid. Let's start off on the bottom. I want to see what the Dow Jones Industrial is doing. Is the bigger hot? No, it's not. The Dow Jones Industrial finally broke that area, this uptrend area. It looks like a big drip, as I call it sometimes, because this is such a big stock, this big ETF. When you see things start to form like this, and they start to look like they're starting to hang over, I call them big drips, okay? And last year when I was looking at a lot of the bigger stocks, they all were looking like big drips on their bull market push. So, all right, good job, Mikey. It looks like Mikey says his stop is now at break even on ARBE. So guys, if you remember, Mikey got in here at the 722 area. 724 area, risking this top. Okay, he stayed true to it at 761. Look at this, guys. This took off and almost stopped him out, but he stayed true. He didn't panic. He had a game plan. It went right back up to 759 and sold off. He stayed in this, still holding true to his risk. As it broke down, Mikey took half of his shares out. It hung out here for too long for Mikey on this VWAP area. Because it hung out too long, he brought his stop down here to break even. What does this mean, guys? What does this mean? That means that he is in a hands sweaty free trade. He is not a sweaty trader now. He already took his money out of the market. He extrapolated money from his game plan. Now he's brought his trade to break even, meaning he cannot lose on this trade. The trade is done. Now look what's happening, guys. Now we have a beautiful breakdown. We're trading at $6.60 on ARBE. That's what you want to see. That's what we're here for, and that's why we took that short trade. So looking absolutely beautiful. So 7.54 on the area. So that's fine. 754 on the area for your stop, or that's where you got in. Well, if you got in at 754, I mean, I'm told you must have added in on that push then, I think. So either way, I really like the original buy-in area, this, because it actually is showing backside. So this here is showing us our backside on the 1 minute. I do like to look at these guys on the 5 minute to help cut down on some of the noise. But as you can see, look at this. This right here is that big wicky wicker, right? That's where I'm taking that top. That's where I would have set my stop loss as well. So either way, Mikey, awesome job on this trade. It looks like you are still printing some money, and I hope it continues further to the south side for you. Guys, we give you a beautiful walkthrough on this ARBE. Everything is looking fantastic. And if you don't believe in technical analysis, well, now you do, okay? We're at 201 subscribers. Woo! Let's go, baby! We are forming one of the best communities out there. Guys, every single person in here, I love every single one of you. Even if you're not showing your support in the comment section and you're just here hanging out with us today. If you were here for pre-market, I appreciate you. If you're here now, I appreciate you. Either way, we are heading back to the market. So let's see what's going on with the dollar. Now, as you know, there's reverse correlation to the dollar. If the dollar's heading up, then the SPY's heading down, usually. And now it looks like the dollar just absolutely failed, but showing us a nice wick on the 5 minute here and trying to push higher. So let's swing this back to the 15 minute. We have a big wick off here on the dollar, guys. Big wick off on the dollar, and it looks like it wants to try and head back up to its day's highs. It's trading right around its closing area. So what will the dollar do here? Will the dollar fail and give us a chance to see the market go higher today, or is this thing going to continue to fall? So let's catch up on chat. Alex C, RABIA, I'm going to not put it. Oh, so I'm sorry. I totally missed you. If SPY comes down to 400, what does the bounce back look like? 405? You know, Alex, I'm going to read what Alex said, and then I will see if my views line up. So he said, I'm going to not put a trade in if it hits 400. I will take a long and look to see what its strengths and weaknesses were at that area. No need to gamble it for a long or a short in that area. So that's, I like the way you said that, Alex, and I'm probably going to just, I'm just going to reinstate that. So since I'm putting a lot of pressure on SPY and that $400 area, what I mean by that is I'm not going to create a trade out of that $400 area. What I'm going to do is react to this $400 area. So meaning when it comes down to this $400 area and I start to see that it's going to bounce, I might find another ticker like, say, ARRY, something I'm already long in, or possibly DraftKings, so DKNG. I might look at one of these. If I see a bounce on the 400, like it's shaping up, say on the 15, I start seeing a bunch of wicks off that bottom, well, that being said, then I might want to be in a long. I'm not going to long the SPY. I might long either TQs, TQQQ, which is a 3 times ETF of the Qs, meaning it moves 3 times faster than QQQ, which moves relatively with the SPY, as if you've been keeping up. or I'll take a long, I'll add in my long in DraftKings because I think that DraftKings is to move higher. So if I think the market is going to bounce off that 400 and I actually see it happening, then I might add into my DraftKings trade. So be it. So absolutely loving it. So we're going to see what happens there. So to make it simple, Rabbi, is that how you say it? RABIS. If I see it hit 400, I'm going to wait, see what happens, and then react to that level, okay? So we will see as the time comes. So let's see how SERA is holding up. So SERA is finally looking like it's starting to make some shapes for us. It's way too above its extended 10-day moving average for us to do anything with as of right now. But we shall see. Let's take a look at LUNR. LUNR is trading sideways. If this thing can trade sideways for a week, and let these moving averages catch up, this might be a nice push higher, guys. So things are looking good for LUNR. Let's take a look at Lucid. Lucid, beautiful sell-off here. Not holding that 21-day moving average, so I am losing interest in that. AMAM still holding out in this $5 area, looking absolutely perfect. RABI says, thank you. You are quite welcome. I appreciate you being a part of this community, and I appreciate you asking the questions you are asking in the comments. It's only going to make us better. It's only going to make me more rehearsed. Carvana, CVNA looking doo-doo just like the other car stocks. IBIO back up to this area of 172. Guys, this is one of those trades. Looking like AMAM, okay? If we look at AMAM, we have all these times where it came up on the daily, it came up, did all these pushes, these clears of these liquidity levels, you know, from back here. Now, if we look at IBIO, okay, you have all this liquidity, it pushed through, it created more liquidity, and now look, it keeps popping up, selling off, popping up, selling off. Now, if we can get this to not sell all the way off and actually create an accepted buy area here and have the 10 and 21 day moving average catch up to it, well, then we are looking for a trade. Alex says, although we do have some great support at the 399-400 area on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, Alex, that's exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the support, okay? If we break through that support, it acts as, if we break through resistance, it acts as support. So if we look at the SPY, we know for a fact that this $400 area is not only psychological, but we also have it bumping its head. 1, 2, 3, 4. It breaks through. Now it broke down. So if this, I'm looking at the 410 area. But look at this 400 area. It bounced up 1, 2, and it broke through. Then when it came back down, it's using that 400 as support. Okay, so this is a very big area, Alex. And it's definitely one that we're going to keep a very close eye on. I can almost, and I'm not going to guarantee, but personally, I am expecting to see something happen at this $400 area. We want to at least see it slow. If not, and this thing blows through 400 like it's Swiss cheese, well, guess what? I think we're going to see a lot bigger sell-off in the market, okay? So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll make sure that we don't lose track of that. IVAC is finally gone. It's off my watch list. I don't ever want to see that thing again, but we're going to have to, obviously, because we always look back on the trades that we have taken. Whether we have won money or we have lost money on the trade, I put it all in line and in front of you here on LoFiTrader. Guys, so let's take a look at HILS, also breaking down, finally breaking this $1.50 area. So I liked HILS. Why? Because it was respecting the 10-day, but I never seen a breakout. Now, my hands are clean of it, and I really could care less about this trade. HILS won't be coming back on my list unless it hits that alert. LUNR still trading sideways. We talked about that enough. Let's take a look at some other tickers, guys. First, let's go back to ARBE. We're going to throw that up on the right side. And look at this, guys. It's continuing to trade lower. It's at that 650 area. Mikey's still printing money on this. He brought his stop loss now to break even, and we are starting to head lower. So things are looking very, very good. Let's look at AMAM on here on the left side. Still holding that VWAP area. This thing is looking very strong in my eyes, guys. Now, if you're not already in this trade, the trade has already passed you. Okay, so I would not be set on trying to take a long here because it is extremely extended, and I do not buy at highs. If you guys haven't learned not to buy out at highs, then just don't. Mikey's going fishing. Well, Mikey, I tell you what, I love it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you for letting us learn a thing or two from you. So you're welcome for the commentary, and thank you for the awesome support, dude. You are part of this community, and you are making it great with me. So thank you so much, Mikey. We hope to see you here tomorrow, and we hope to see you in pre-market prep, brother. Take care and enjoy your fishing. Enjoy it. We're not seeing anything on the earnings gap up here, guys. The only thing I've seen in pre-market that looked good was SNN. Now, if you guys have heard me, a lot of the tickers that I'm going over, man, it's all going to happen tomorrow, okay? So I'm going to be here in front of the computer doing my pre-market prep before we open up for pre-market prep at 8 o'clock, okay? I'm going to be here even earlier because I want to see what's going on, what tickers are holding out. And you know, I got to do some studying tonight too to see what tickers are going to happen after hours. So once we get enough people in here that are like-minded traders that want me to follow, you know, some of the let's say we put on some of the conference calls, or maybe we can start doing like if enough of you are interested in NVIDIA, and NVIDIA like today, NVDA, NVIDIA today is actually having their conference call on the 22nd after market. So tomorrow, not today, but tomorrow, NVIDIA will be coming out with their conference call and their earnings. So maybe, you know, I hop back on here if there's enough people that would want that. I hop back on here and we keep an eye on NVIDIA's market as it's opening, as it's releasing that data. Because you guys will know when big stocks like this release very important news or earnings, you'll see that ticker move quite the move, and it will set the tone for that ticker in the future, okay? So once we get a big enough community, and once we once we're on the right foothold and we know where we're going with this community, and you guys start to enjoy seeing those conference calls, you start to enjoy seeing those earnings come in, well then guys, guess what? That's what we're going to do. I'm here for you. I'm here to entertain you. And if that's what we're going to start doing, then that's what we're going to do, guys. I want to help mold this community as much as I can, but I want you guys to be the ones doing the molding. So let me know what you're watching. Let me know what tickers you want to be in, what you are in, what you're not in, anything that's going crazy, and I'll go over them for you guys. Just like we're keeping an eye on AMAM, ARBE, we obviously go through all the indices, which we can do right now. We'll start with the SPY, because the SPY we have not took a peeky gander at in the last few minutes. So guys, let's take a look at this. SPY still breaking down. It's at 401.21. It looks like its low was that 496. So are we going to hit 400 even like I've been preaching about? And are we going to bounce from there? It looks like the Russell also heading much, much lower. It looks like we are having a very berry day, okay? Let's make a smoothie. We got lots of bears, right? Lots of berries. Netflix actually looking, I mean, after that big sell-off, at least it's trying to hold out while the rest of the market's taking a big duty. So Microsoft looks like it's also heading lower. This is not looking good for the overall market, guys. Let's look at Amazon. Now, you don't even need to look at Amazon. It is looking like a big doo-doo. Nobody wants to see Amazon trading down here like this, especially because I have friends and family that have and hold shares in Amazon. But that's why if anybody ever asks me, what stock should I be in? What stock should I be taking? What's a good dividend stock? What's good this? What's good that? I always just say, if you're going to buy and hold, use an ETF. Spread your money out. And even then, after you buy an ETF with half your money, go buy property with the other half of your money, or go look for bonds or mutual funds, or, you know, spread your money out, guys, because if you're taking all your money and you're putting it into one stock, that one stock can really mess you over. And look at Meta. I was bullish on Meta, guys. There's no denying it, because when they come out with that Oculus and they made it very, very affordable for everybody, well, that was in December. That was in December when it was still trading above its 200-day moving average. And look at this sell-off, guys. Because you guys have to understand that the Oculus isn't its only business venture. Its main business venture was Facebook, and it's losing a lot of Facebook, right? Now, there's still a lot of people using it. They're still printing money like crazy. So, yeah, this still has proof of concept. It still has the ability to trade higher. But if we decided to take all of our money and put it into one stock or even half of it, look at all this money that we're selling off. And then where is your stop? You know, so if I were to try and play this, my stop would have been the $200 moving or the 200-day moving average. I didn't play this though because I didn't know enough and I didn't have enough understanding of the fundamentals and the criteria of the stock. Not to mention, it looked like we were starting to trend towards a bear market. So I kept my hands off and I'm letting the market show me now its hand. So what's its hand? Well, huge gap up on Meta, but people are saying they still don't believe in it. Until I start to see proof of concept of it riding one of these moving averages and people saying, hey, I like this stock. I think it's going to go higher. And my technicals show me, then that is when I'll get in. Okay? So let's keep on keeping on. Let's look at NVIDIA since we brought it back up. And it's starting to trade below that trend line. So watch out. This thing might fall. And with NVIDIA earnings coming up, I would be very, very careful with that. Okay? So Tesla, let's take a look at old Uncle Tesla, trading lower, heading towards that psychological $200 area that we keep talking about, guys. Keep talking about it, keep being about it, because when it hits, we want to see a bounce, at least for good old Uncle Tesla to come back like a fiend. Okay, so SPY, look at this, 484 now, guys. This thing is getting close to that 400 area. We're only $1 away now. Okay, so let's take a look at my trades and see how bad they're doing compared to the rest of the market. So it looks like DraftKings back down here trading at that $20 area. Is DraftKings going to continue to head lower and stop us out for a small loss of 5 shares? Or will it catch a bid and head higher? ARRY now breaking down, looking like it wants to break this downtrend line and stop us out. It bounced very cleanly off that VWAP for a nice short, and we're going to see, does this thing want to hold? Because if it does, now's the time. Because if it breaks down at 400 with the rest of it, it's not going to look too pretty. So, can we find a bid here at 401.05 or 495? We will see. We finally touched that 400 area. We haven't touched 400 even yet, but we are in that 400 area. Will the market bounce back? Will it be strong? Will we have a play to the upside? Or are we going to fail, crap the bed, and cry? Who knows? Who knows? So let's take a look at our trades. AMCX still looking strong with the overall market holding just under that VWAP area at 26.25. If you guys were here, I took this trade on Friday with you, in front of you anyway, on the 5-minute range. If we look at the 5-minute, we had a gap up over 10% when it opened. It caught my interest and it created a range of 5 minutes at 25.50 and a base of 23.50. Meaning when this range breaks, I get in risking this low, the day low on the 5-minute range. So it's a beautiful thing, guys. You know, you love to see it. I'm still up money. Can we make it to the 3 or 5 day mark where we take out half and then bring our stop off to break even so we have a no sweat trade? Hopefully that day comes soon. If not, it's going to break down. It's going to break me out of this 23.50 area and I'm going to be out for a small loss of possibly a coffee. Let's go back to AM because I am intrigued. It was beautiful that we called this out in pre-market of what could possibly happen since this liquidity area from previous days has been breached more than one time, testing that area of $3 and breaking out of that area of $3 on liquidity. Now, our next question is, how much does this want to give back? How many people are going to buy these tops, trade it sideways, and so this thing can continue higher? I don't know. If you know, let me know because I need to buy one of those crystal balls. All right. So let's take a look at GNS. Got a buddy in GNS here, and it is still breaking lower. It has not broke its 535 area, but I think that it can by the end of the day. This 535 area is its low of the day. It's trading at 554. And if Heiser, if you're with us, we do want to see you print and print and print. So let's hope this can go lower for Heiser using the word hope respectfully. So guys, listen, I got 20 in here watching, and we only got about 35 minutes left, so let me do my quick spiel without you leaving. Okay, this is my submarine, my red submarine. It has no correlation to the subscribe button, zero correlation whatsoever. But if you want to join a like-minded community, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Here's the thing, guys, I will never ask of you to give me money. I do not want your money. I trade my money. The only thing I ask of you is to show up for pre-market prep at 8 and stay here till 12 with me to give me all the love and support that I need, because you know I am an introvert that needs attention, okay? I want to be stuck behind these four walls feeling safe, but I need an audience because this boy needs some attention. So if you want to be here with me every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, go ahead, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and you can join the submarine of traders. Yes, we are under pressure, but sometimes we make it out on top, baby. So join us. Join us, join us. And of course, one last little shout out, a little happy glee, woe is me. We are getting some awesome traction from US Stock Market. US Stock Market is a Facebook group that has allowed me to post in their Facebook, bringing us more views than ever today. So we do appreciate US stock traders. If you are in US stock traders, leave me a like, hit the subscribe button, or at least let me know in the comments that you are here from there. Okay, my best bet is that if you are here, you are a like-minded trader and you would want to see more of this, because I'm here every day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, guys. So that's my spiel, and I hope you enjoyed it. So now let me take a quick sip of coffee. That's our 5-second little mute button that we have there, and I do that for you to give you a break of my voice and me a break from my own voice, because I am hurting my own head. Only kidding. Let's take a look at AM still trading at those highs. Look at that 502, guys. It's still wanting to show some strength. My AMCX, you've seen this trade that I took for you guys last week, is still doing good, looking strong over the overall market. Now let's take a look at ARBE. Is this still heading lower? Well, it is trading at its lows of 662, but not its lowest of the day. So if you're still in this and you're still short, please tell me you took some profit. Please tell me you know where your risk is. Please tell me you're gonna earn that Rari, baby. So AM, definitely a beautiful trade for you guys today that we talked about in pre-market. And ARBE, a few of you took this short today, and I am proud to be a part of that. Let's go back to the SPY, because we're being alerted that Alex says it's at 480. That's what I'm seeing, Alex. And here's the thing, guys. I've talked about it, and I'll say it again. That 400 psychological area, that's the sweet spot. That's the spot that we need to see. Is it going to hold? Look at this, guys. If I bring this up, okay, and I look at 400, our most recent trades on 400, look at this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas that 400 has touched. So if you want to know why I keep bringing up 400, there you have it. I'm using history and a psychological level of 400 even to know that when this stock hits this $400 area, it's either going to bounce here and form a nice little trade to the north side, or this thing's gonna pitter patter right out and sell off, and we're gonna cry like little, no, I'm just kidding. Nobody's gonna cry. We're gonna know that we are in this would be considered a bear, brain fart, a bear market rally, okay? So this is what they called this, a bear market rally. Bonked its head on the 200-day, bonked its head on its 200-day. These are bear market rallies. Now this looks like it's sizing up because it's creating new higher lows. Now if this can create a new higher low, then we're looking better. But I don't know what's gonna happen if it breaks down from this $400 area. And we have been talking about this $400 area ever since we hit this $420 area, because we know that's also a psychological area, right guys? We look back in the history, it's bonked its head here before on 420. It's also came back up here, bonked its head, okay? And as it's traded lower, we looked at this $400 area. We knew this 410 was definitely in the area, but we knew if it broke down from there, our next spot is this 400, okay? So if there's any confusion why that is happening, Guys, just rewind this. Watch the pre-market prep and you'll see we go over everything multiple times so that we are all on the same page here in this community. I want everybody in here to at least have an understanding of why we look at certain things and what we're looking at them for. So I do want to check up on, let's see. I want to check up on, there was a S-Sim. Are you still in here, brother? S-Sim, if you're still in here, let me know what you're watching, brother, because I know you gave us an eye lag this morning, which wasn't the prettiest looking ticker, but I'm curious, are you understanding now what we're looking for when it comes to liquidity, when it comes to looking at something on the 1 or 5 minute and not looking like it's barcoding? Have we learned anything from that? And what are you looking at now? Have you found something that you like to keep your eye on? Let's take a look at Riot, guys. Riot's still holding that area. Why am I looking at Riot? Because it is a Bitcoin miner. And as you know, I looked at Bitcoin here and there because I like Bitcoin when it's trading at this area. As long as it's holding these highs and it's trading sideways, giving time for the moving averages to catch up, and it's above this area, I think we can have a nice push up to this 561. So I'm watching Riot to see how it shapes up while the overall market is trying to shape up. So we will come back to Riot and take a little peek again, but I do want to bring up the SPY because we know it's trading 479. It's trading lower as she goes. Listen, guys, if you're shorts, hold your shorts. Hold on to your shorts. And if you're long, make sure you know your risk, guys, because this is a tough market to trade. Let's come from the top. NAOV still holding those, letting that 10-day moving average catching up. It looks like it might be a trade in the near future. DT still breaking down. Good thing we got out when we did and earned our money. ELF now playing on that 10-day moving average. Will this play out and head higher like the swan it has been, or will it crash and burn? It looks like Ford still struggling, bonking its head on that 200-day moving average and wanting to head lower with the rest of the market. Now Snap. Now, if you guys watch Snap, you've seen that I've played Snap quite a few times, made some money on Snap. But look at this. This is why we don't buy and hold forever, because we never would have taken any profits on Snap. And now look, bonking its head on its 200-day moving average. We knew we should get out. We got out. We made our money off that top, and this thing is sizzling out. Good thing we have buy and sell rules. NYT, this is one that we missed that I showed you guys. Here's our 5-minute range. Here's where we're going to get at. Here's where we're going to get out. Technically, we'd have lost money on this trade. Not afraid to show you guys these because this is where we learn. Did we lose any money? No, we didn't chase this. When this came out and I seen this breaking up and this would have been the buy-in area, we missed it. It was already trading here, and it's good that we don't chase because that saved us a little money, right? Let's keep on. SLQT. SLQT is looking like it's shaping up, still holding that 10-day moving average after a couple of beautiful liquidity pushes to the north side. So, can we keep on keeping on? We will definitely know if we can hold this $2 area. If we can use this $2 area as a short, or I'm sorry, as a medium to hold, then we will be doing better. So I just got sent by Alex on the Discord. It looks like we're getting that little breakout on SPY. Is that what you're pointing out there? I sent you on Discord what I'm seeing on the SPY on the daily. Yeah. So let's bring up the SPY on the daily and see if we can't match up, see what he's looking at, what we're looking at, okay? So if we zoom out here on the daily, the only kind of trends that I could possibly make on this, so let's just, we'll remove all the drawings, just so we have a clean slate, okay? And if I do any kind of downtrends, it's going to be this downtrend here, okay? Right here. This is going to be our first downtrend. And yes, it is breaking out on this area. That's why we think bullish. That's why we look bullish, okay? And that's why I drew the line in the sand at this 400 area. Because if we come all the way back down to here and we start playing around this 200-day moving average, that's not going to be a pretty sight, and we're going to lose a lot of interest, okay? But if we can find an area right here at this $400 area, then I still have a bullish bias on the SPY, okay? When I say bullish bias, I'm saying that it has an opportunity to hold, it has an opportunity to build, and it has an opportunity to move higher. But anything below that, well, I don't know where we're going to go. So we're trading at 466. Now, we might see it bounce somewhere in this 450 or 400 even area. If we don't see that and we just blow right through, then we are looking for a big move down in the market. So hold on to your pants, hold on to your shorts, because we might be in for a beautiful ride in the market. ARRY now breaking that area. Can I hold on to it long enough? No, I can't. I know when I'm wrong, and we are wrong. So we have 15 shares in this. We tried to average in. We are selling this market right now, and we are going to make sure that we lock in a small loss. Why am I happy to take a small loss? Well, put it this way, guys. My biggest winner, my average on the winners are over $100. My averages on my losses this month are $20. So I can lose a lot more than I actually win, and I will still make money, okay? And that's the whole reason why we cut our losses short and we let our runners run, okay? So with the market looking like this, sure, if it starts to shape up down here, I might want to get into this. But it broke this area. It's not holding any support here during this downtrend, and so that tells me, boring, don't want to be in it, so I am out. We will move ARY up top here, and we'll delete it, boop, off of our trade list. So we only have 2 more trades in, guys, and with the market feeling like this, you know, if we can find that 400 support, it won't knock me out. But if it does, then so be it. That's part of trading, and that's why I do it in front of you here every single day, so I can show you, even when we lose, we can still find ways to make money. We can find ways to extrapolate money from the market. Not every day is going to be a winner. If you are watching somebody and for some reason why he's making money every single day, I would question him, okay? If he's not showing you any of his losers, I would question that guy. If he is telling you that he knows for sure, that he has a crystal ball, I would be very weary, guys. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the market, and that's why we like to react. That's why we like to know where our risk is and where our reward is, okay? So where's our risk on this trade? Our risk is right here at 23.46. Where's our reward on this trade? Anything, any push, we want to stay in until it closes below the 10-day moving average. So we will know the reward. After 3 days, we take out half. After 5 days, we take out half, and that's if the market's looking well. Who's got limit orders on Tesla? Noah Lee Geoff says, who's got limit orders on Tesla? That's a good question. I know there's a lot of people in here that are looking at Tesla. Could we hit 190 on Tesla? Well, we very well possibly could. I can say this, though. I've been bringing up this $200 area for quite some time, and now we have hit it. Are we going to see a little bounce off this $200 area before we head lower, or are we going to bounce and continue higher? That's a great question. The only thing we can do is react. So the question is, could we hit 190? We absolutely could hit 190. That looks like the next line in the sand if 200 doesn't hold up. So yes, I like what you're thinking, Noah. I do. And Noah, if you want to be a part of this like-minded group of traders, just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We are here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, and we would love for you to be a part of this group. We're up to 202 subscribers, guys. I love the fact that we breached that subscription of 200. Woo-wee! And you know what I was really hoping is that every time we would get a subscriber, the subscriber event would pop up. But still working on Stream Elements. We switched from Streamlabs to Stream Elements, and now we still can't get this silly alert box to pop up. Why can't we do it? I don't know. If you guys can help me with that, I would be greatly appreciated. So look at this, guys. Tesla on the 15. It looks like we are getting a big wick off that $200 area. And you guys know I love seeing big wicks on the 15-minute time frame. That shows that we have a lot of buyers buying up right on that $200 area. You guys, there's a reason why we talk about it in pre-market prep, and that way I can make you prepared. So that way when it does hit these, you can do your own due diligence, you can make your own trades, and you can be confident in them. So if you were taking a scalp trade, that would already be your push. That would already be your $1 winner right there. So if you are taking these trades, make sure you're taking profit, make sure you know where your stop is. So, Alex says, we have a super strong support at $200. Unless it's a strong break, I will wait to see what it shows. Alex, that's a great thing to do right there. You know, we're seeing a nice little buy up here on this Tesla. So we want to see, is this thing going to head higher for us now? Or is that its last push? Are all the buyers gone now? And is it going to fail and head lower? While we're looking at this, guys, I want to take a look at the SPY. And we'll see where we're at. So if we're getting a nice little bounce, yeah, look at, guys. Now we've traded all the way down to this $400 area. Look where we're getting the bounce, $400.34. If we could get any closer, goodness gracious, guys, I'm calling it out for you right here, right now. This is the technical analysis you show up for. This is why you subscribe, guys, because I am calling these things out in pre-market. We are seeing these liquidity levels, these price action areas either hold or bounce. Now, I'm not acting like I know what's going to happen. I'm telling you straight up, this could either head higher to this area or head lower to this area, and that's exactly what's happening. Now, are we going to see a sustainable buying bounce off this area? I wildly have no stinking clue. Would I like to see it? Well, I'm a bear with horns. I always look at the bear side, but I want to see your 401ks and all your ETFs doing well, because that's where our big money lies. That's where our retirement is laying. So, can we see this thing head higher after this 400 touch? I sure do hope so, but do I know? No crystal ball today, gentlemen. Just a brand new phone, that's all. Yeah, flexing on my new phone. Oh my goodness, IWM really crashing down, burning. Still trying to head down to this 186 area. Let's see how Meta's doing. Look like it's just trading sideways. It's really not flushing out like I imagine Meta would probably do today. So, do we even need to look at Amazon? No. 94.45. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. That thing is looking absolutely yuck. So, the subscriber alert is showing on the stream. Yeah, I think it's showing for you, but is it showing when we actually get a new subscriber? So, like, if I go to Stream Elements and I hit subscriber event, boom, pops up. It says Isabella, subscribe, let's go. But when we get a new subscriber, is it showing up on chat? Am I just not hearing it? Because I don't know if the new subscribers are actually popping up. So if you can confirm that, I know it's popping up when I press it, when I test it, but is it popping up when we got our new subscribers popping in here? So that's what I would like to know, because I want to make sure that I'm bringing you guys awesome content. I want to have lively interaction, and I sure as heck want to give a little back when somebody hits that. So, Alex brings up a good point. So hang on, let's see what Gioff. Lee Gioff says, yeah, I don't know how strong that support is. We've been over 200 in not even 2 weeks. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And that's not where we're looking at with Tesla. So I'm glad you brought that up. And yeah, it might be extremely weak. It really could be. And look, as we're talking, this thing, you know, it's still wicking up off that 200. So we won't know, okay? But the reason why I'm bringing this up, it's not going to be strong because it's above it for 2 weeks. It's strong because of the area itself. Look at this. When it came up in this area, it bounced 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 days it bounced off before it broke through, okay? Then, now, when it came back down and broke through again, it's coming back down to test it. And we've already tested it once. Now, if you don't want to use that, we can go back even further, okay? So, like, let's look back here on this $200 area. If we come back all the way to December, this is the whole reason why we had this marked. We never had this marked before. Before all of this, we already had that $200 area marked because of this area back in December. Look at this, 198, and this one right here, 281. That is where we are taking our area, Noah. That's why we're taking that area, because of this interesting area back here from December. It smacked its head twice. What happens after it smacks its head twice and it breaks through? That area becomes a support. So not only did we smack it twice there, but we also smacked it every single day riding up to here. Now, if you guys remember, after it broke that $200 area, what did I do? I bought support. Bought that support after it broke through and it came back down. We sold out the next day at half. We held on until it stopped us out at break even. Now what does it do? It pushes back up through. Yes, we missed this area. We did talk about it. It broke through, it touched the supply area, and it sold back off. Now look, it's bouncing off that $200 area again. Now, if we look, we're bouncing again, creating new lower highs on the 15-minute, okay? So, Geoff, that's the whole reason why we're talking about 200, and I'm very, very happy that you brought that up. Why are we using it? It's only been above it for 2 weeks. That is a great eye, Noah, and I appreciate you bringing that up because that's only going to solidify why we are doing this, guys. And we want everybody on the same page. Why 200? Because we got the daily, right? We got the daily back in December to support. We got most recent activity. We've already showed that we have a psychological level. And now it's trading higher. We have a huge bounce, a huge support on that 15-minute, okay? Is this going to trade higher and keep on continuing? I don't know. But this is what we were anticipating, and now that's what we are getting. Gary Reese said subscribed. It is popping up. That is a beautiful thing. It looks like we're up to 203 subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Gary, for your support. I'm actually surprised I'm just getting that from you now. Goodness, it almost hurts my feelings, actually. Only teasing. Happy to be here. It looks like it hasn't updated, but I think we're at 203 subscribers. Thank you, Gary. We do appreciate the love and the support. So, Tesla getting that beautiful bounce off that 200 that we talked about all morning. Now, are we going to see that same bounce off the SPY and its $400 area? So it looks like we traded right down here into that $400.38 area, and we are getting that same wicky wick off that 15-minute. Are we going to continue higher off of this? I think that we could, but it's only my wild speculative opinion, guys. It looks like we still have a beautiful grouping. 21 people here watching. Guys, I haven't went through the spiel in a while. We only have 15 minutes left, so take a look at my beautiful red submarine. We also have a bull and a bear because we are a bull with bear horns. But that submarine has zero correlation to the red subscribe button. Zero correlation, and I need to make sure you guys all know that because I don't want anybody thinking I'm saying, hey, hit the like and subscribe button every 5 minutes. I'm not. I'm pointing out the submarine, not the sub button. So make sure you guys know that that is zero correlation. And back to the show. SPY still bouncing off that $400 area like we talked about. Are we going to see it hold off, trade sideways, and find some support? Well, only time's going to tell, but we will be here for another 15 minutes. So if it doesn't, you'll know. SPY isn't in Tesla, right? So Tesla is in SPY. Yes. So SPY is an ETF, and yes, Tesla is in SPY. I think there was a joke that Tesla was actually going to be removed from the SPY. But let's just bring up let's see. What is in S&P 500? So that way we can figure out the actual weighted, see what's actually in there. So we're looking at the S&P 500. Is it going to show us in context of what is in there? Don't want to spend too much. So select a stock. No, that's practice trading. Come on. I think it's Trend Spider. I'm going to try and do this as fast as I can, guys. So when you ask questions like this, I'll have all that information gathered, ready to go. But I'm almost certain that Tesla is in the SPY, okay? What I'm trying to figure out is what the average weighted area is. So here it is, unique ETFs. Maybe I can bring this up quick enough for you guys. So let's go to all ETFs and sectors, and if we type in the SPY somewhere, enter symbol, SPY, S&P 500. All right. So, I can't tell you guys. And I'm not going to sit here and focus on this right now. That'll definitely be something to do on my own time, so that way I can bring up the answers a lot quicker. So what is in the SPY? What is in the Qs? What is in the Russell? I could go over very bland for you guys right now, but I can't give you discerning factors. So the S&P 500 is going to be some of the best stocks in the market around the world. They're going to take those 500, that's just people just like you and me that are looking at these stocks, and they are trading them and putting them in, taking out the weak ones, putting in the best ones. So Tesla being one of the better stocks out there, and it is weighted in it. Yes, it is in the SPY. It is in the S&P 500, and if I am wrong, I need you guys to correct me as soon as possible, but I'm almost 100% sure. Now, I will say this. The QQQ, which is just like the SPY, it moves along with it pretty well. We know that the QQQ is heavily weighted on tech. I think there's 100 tickers in this QQQ, and it's heavily weighted on tech. So Tesla is going to be one of our biggest movers in QQQ. So I think it's called SPY weighted holdings. Okay, like I said, we'll have to come back to that so we have a better and a better understanding of that, because I don't want to sit here and spit useless information that is not true or right. So let's see. Tesla bouncing very well off that $200 moving average. You guys, you gotta love to see it. I love technical analysis. I love that we've been talking about this $200 area for a very, very long time. Why I don't just play it every single time? Well, I think I'm more of a commentator and I'm more of a speculator than I'm more of a trader. But I will say this, I do love taking trades and I love doing them for you. But right now, we are just going to be managing the two positions that we are in, that we took on a gap up earnings. Why? Because I want to save all my mental capital for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, as Alex knows. If you guys don't know, earnings. We have a lot of awesome earnings tomorrow, guys. Awesome earnings tomorrow. And if you're going to be here for pre-market prep, I would absolutely highly recommend it. Okay, so the earnings is a big deal, guys. Earnings is a very big deal, because if you get these earnings gap ups and they have these huge liquidity pushes up over 7 to 10%, you can really start seeing the market shape up on these earnings. If you see a ton of earnings that come out, a ton of earnings that, you know, guys, just look at this. Look at this. This is what we got going on. We have Coin, PANW, FANG, RIG, SAN, CZR, MED, Venom, PUMP. There's just a ton of tickers, guys. So we will have them all. I'll already have the watch list set and ready for you guys, so you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of all of that. Yeah, tomorrow and Thursday is going to be huge, Alex says. Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely going to be huge. I'm pumped. You should be pumped. And if you're not, show up Monday through Friday, 8 until noon, and I will show you why we're so pumped. If you guys are going to be here tomorrow, we will show you. I can almost guarantee we're going to see some gap up earners. So before I get too excited, let's go revert to the mean, check and see how our SPY is doing. Look at this, the $200 area. Okay, I'm sorry, $400 area right here, bounced off $400.34. You can't get much closer, guys. Looks like we just got another subscription. Karis subscribed. Thank you, Karis. Care Bear, we do appreciate you. If you are my sister-in-law, Karis, much love. Thank you, support. The support from the family is just doing amazing. We're well above the $200 support level of that subscription area. And guys, you know what I'd like to show you? Let me just show you one quick thing right here on YouTube. Since you are part of this community and I know you want to see me grow, what we want to see, guys, is we want to see a parabolic support in the subscription area. So let's see if I can figure out how I did this yesterday. We'll go to analytics. We'll click on the See Live account, the real-time live account. Guys, you know I love stocks. Now look at this right here. You see this stock right here? This is called the subscriber stock, okay? We started our subscriber stock on February 5th, 2023, and we are currently at February 21st. So it's been 2 weeks. And look at this trend line, guys. Look at this trend line. This is trending up. And I'm telling you, if I had to go all in on any stock, it would be this subscriber stock right here. This thing is gonna go parabolic one day, guys, and we are just on a beautiful uptrend. If I had to guess, it's following that 10-day moving average. It's squatting down, and we are gonna see a beautiful breakout to the high side. especially because we broke that psychological 200 area, guys, right? If we broke the 200 area, that means we're probably going to head higher. Just look at Tesla. Tesla came down and touched it, and it said, no, we don't want no problems, and now it's heading higher. We're trading at 201.11. Are we going to see sustainable buying power from here? Well, only time will tell. We will be hindsight Henrys later, but right now we are making history right now, right here in front of you as I create these vibrations in the air. I'm going to start short your subscriber trend. Beyond the harbor, you go ahead and short that trend because just as well as you know, I know, you need shorts in this market to push it higher. You short that subscriber, get all your friends to short it because we are going to squeeze higher, baby, and we'll squeeze you right out of your position, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, harbor. So, oh my God, the new subscriber pop-up was awesome. Hey, thanks. We're going to try every single day to do a little something for the community to make this better. Okay, guys? We're here calling out all these beautiful technical areas out for you. We also want it to be visually appeasing. That's why we got these little black tops and black bottoms to help get rid of some of that garbage noise. That's why we have orders when you subscribe, and you subscribe, the pop-up pops up and it gives you a little sound. So we're going to do every Monday. My little brother's going to come over here. I also have a few techies that I'm friends with, and we're going to work and see what is going to be the best thing to do to keep this market going crazy. Okay, guys? We're going to make sure it stays interesting, stays fun, and we stay fit so we're always ready and aware. So let's catch up on chat. Alex is laughing. That's good. We want to be entertaining. Noah says, if I place stop limit orders, stop at $N, limit at $N5, and the price dips below the stop amount triggering the order, will the order buy if the price goes back up to the $N without reaching the $N -5? Okay, so I'm going to say, reading that, I'm a little confused, but this is what I think that you're getting at, and I will try and do my absolute best to explain it to you. So if you get in an order, you need to set a buy limit order. And if that buy limit order gets touched, when you set the buy limit order, it needs to be below the price it's trading. So if I wanted in Tesla, I need to set my buy limit order. Okay, I would click Active Trader and I would click Join the Bid, and the Join the Bid would put me in somewhere at 201.02. Okay, because that's where the next bid price would be. Now, if I put that in and it came down and it touched it, it would trigger that bid and it would get me into the stock. Okay. The next thing I would do would be set a stop limit below that area, okay? The only time your limits are going to get, I would have to understand that question a little bit more. It's a little confusing, Noah, but I'll tell you this. If you are part of this channel, I will give you, let me give you my Discord, okay? Let me show you my Discord. Right here's my Discord, right here, LoFiTrader, all one word, LoFiTrader. Number 4342. Okay, if you take this right here, LoFiTrader 4342, I will be happy to go over that with you outside of this channel. Okay, so we can understand exactly what you're asking, and I can show you in real time. I'll even show you I'll share my screen with you and everything. But you gotta wait till after the show so we can exactly understand what you're asking, Noah, and we can set you on the right foot, okay? So just go ahead and send me a friend's request on Discord. Again, it's LoFiTrader, all one word, and my number is 4342. You go ahead and do that. You wait till after the show at 12 o'clock, and I will be happy to sit down with you and help you learn and understand the workings around limit orders, buy orders, sell market, buy market. All those orders can be confusing, so we will work with you. Guys, I'm only here for 5 more minutes, so if you haven't yet, take a look at my beautiful red submarine. Of course, there is no correlation to the red subscription button. We are doing great with subscribers. We broke out of that 200 subscriber area, guys, and we are only going to head higher from here. Why? Because of my love, my passion, and my community. My community is building. They're creating a beautiful community to build this foundation on so we can keep heading higher. So if you love me as much as I love the stock market, hit that subscribe button, because we will constantly be here Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, to bring you the best commentary, the stock market analysis, and not to mention, I put it all on the line for you, giving you live trades here, baby. So let's make sure we keep an eye on the market. Now look at the market. It is starting to push lower. We're down to 428. 437. This market is looking very pitiful. Will it hold this $400 area? Only time is going to tell, guys. And we'll see if it can head lower or higher in the next few minutes, guys, because this show is almost over. We are out at noon and back again tomorrow at 8. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like and subscribe, guys, because I want to see you just as much as you want to be here. So SPY heading lower. Let's look at the Russell. The Russell is trading at 188.22, not looking like it's going to slow. Take a look at Netflix. Goodness gracious, Netflix is trading sideways, but still much lower than its previous closing price. It looks like the SPY is seeing another bounce in this $400 area. Very nice bounce too, with some liquidity coming in. I do like this bounce. I do like more of this closer to this 400. We are starting to see some wicks on the 5. Of course, I am a bear with horns, guys. I want to see this trade higher. But, of course, if we keep retesting this 400 and not getting any kind of sustainable push, this is going to look weak. So we are at a low of 424 on the SPY, and we are trying to get this thing to push higher. Okay, we will see if it does. So let's take a look at Amazon. Can you guess? Amazon is trying to find a bid at 94.55, but it is looking weak. Meta, same thing, guys. We had that push up into that Goldilocks area of 178 and now is trading lower. As Nvidia, too, still wants to break lower, trying to manage this last area of resistance, and it looks like it is just looking pitiful and weak, guys. The whole overall market is looking weak, but we are at that area. Can we see a bounce? Will we see a bounce? Do we even care at this point? Things are looking goofy. Things are looking bad. Let's look at AI. Look at this. AI had a nice little push and a even bigger pullback. We're down to 2171 on that, and I would like to see AI trade sideways, catch a 21, show me that it has some proof of concept, so that way we can go lickety long, baby. All right, guys, I'm getting ready to leave here. We only got 2 more minutes, so I got to show you one last thing. Right here is a like button. So if any of you are in here that have not already clicked this like button, please go ahead and do so. This is my last time with my spiel, guys, because we are leaving in 1 minute. Now, guys, if we start to grow a bigger community and a better community, and people say, no, please don't leave, we want more, well, we will keep on carrying on. But guys, I have things outside of this place to do, and so should you. Make sure your life is not controlled by the market. Trust me, when I was learning the market, when I was learning technical analysis, I was obsessed, and I would drown. Look at my gray hairs, guys. I got gray hairs, and these are all from kids, okay? So make sure you take a break, make sure you're not watching every single tick, and make sure you give your stock some room to breathe, okay? So let's see, right before we leave, we're still in DraftKings, trading a little below where we bought it in, as to where AMCX looking like I want to add to it. So guys, know your risk, know your reward is, and please take care. We want to see you every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, baby. This is the show. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for stopping in, and please be safe. Know your risk. Mwah! Love you guys. You guys are, every one of you, awesome. So thank you for being here.